The following program is for adult audiences only.
I ran away from the queen of LA. I wrote a song when I had nothing to say, like this one. This one. Follow the river to the edge of the sea. I kissed the water and it made me complete, like this one. This one. We experience death in life. We try to fly, we never let go. It's the only way, it's the only way. Broken hearts can love again. Over they go, over they go, over they go, over they go. Over they go, over they go. I told a lie I think I wanna believe. Woke up to find that I was stuck in a dream, like this one. This one. I climbed a mountain and it taught me to breathe. I saw my life be on the top of a tree, like this one. This one. We experience death in life. We try to fly, we never let go. It's the only way, it's the only way. Broken hearts can love again. Over they go, over they go. Are gonna break so tragic. That's the funny thing about magic. You make one little wish and grab it, but they're still gonna take their half it. Hearts are gonna break so tragic. Shine right now, shimmers in my dirt, shimmers in my dirt. If the gold won't shine right now, shimmers in my dirt, shimmers in my dirt. If the gold won't shine right now, shimmers in my dirt, shimmers in my dirt. Shine right now, shimmers in my dirt, shimmers in my dirt. All of these places I've been, they don't feel like forever. But each step I'm taking, it seems like I'm finding myself.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog. Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything will know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MSA and all that. It's just a financial thing, and it's, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. It's time for another episode of Mixing and Chilling with Hunky Vape and Kenny the Vaping Heed.
Hello. How are we all doing?
He has his audio situation sorted and got fancy running his thing through OBS. So let's see if we can crash his computer today with all his fancy effects.
Nope, not going to happen.
It ain't just his computer, my computer as well. You know, I think, God, I've got everything maxed out. And I think I might actually have to upgrade the processor on it to keep up with all the stuff I've been throwing at it.
I don't know.
But that's the way it goes sometimes. You know, the battles of life.
Yes.
Every 20-minute job is one broken bolt away from becoming a 3-day ordeal.
Oh, yes.
Or even
I've been there
longer.
many a time. Yep. Been there many a time.
You and I have been accustomed to that when, we go to work on our vehicles and it's like, oh, all I just got to do is change the shocks. It's no big deal, right? Yeah, well, one broken bolt, one broken nut, and all of a sudden now that simple 20-minute job is going to be a 3-day ordeal, if you're lucky.
I think the last time it was every broken bolt. Last time everyone broke. It was seized all solid. So it was a lot of drilling.
Where's Stanton? Scott Merriman, Mallory Gates, Billy Lee Rice, Neil Pitts, Sean Lynch, the 60 Watt Guy, Pam Spraggins, and Victor Altek. All of you, hello and welcome to the stream.
Welcome, boys and girls.
And I don't have the button up here to make fun of you guys being late. Like I was saying, though, every 20-minute job is one broken bolt away from becoming a 3-day ordeal. And my wife's 20-minute drive to work after our last stream, while I was trying to get this studio completely finished off and looking forward to our plans to go see the Fleetwood Mac tribute. Well, that all changed in a blink of an eye. And in a blink of an eye, the damage caused to this vehicle, however minor it appears to be, changed our lives forever. Wow. We just finally got accustomed to this car. I spent that whole weekend working on the brakes, changed the front ones, the back ones, the links. Everything was perfect. This car was set to become our favorite car that we've ever had. And just like that, it's now a totaled vehicle. So now we're all out shopping for vehicles instead of celebrating and having fun.
That back wheel's still bad on it. Like that's
yeah, but that back wheel's nothing but a tie rod. That's all.
Yeah,
unfortunately, the insurance company said, "No party for you. Go buy a new car."
You can see it's not so much the part; it's the bottom. The bottom sill. It's structural damage. That's what's written that off. Doors and anything replaced, but your sill along the bottom, it's caved in. That's structural. That's chassis.
Yeah, I know.
That's what's killed it.
Once again, we're at a point in our lives where, well, sometimes in life everything goes smoothly, and sometimes the unexpected happens. So the important thing is to know how to turn problems into opportunities.
Well, you just think you can get a nice new shiny car now, I suppose.
And this is exactly what happens, right? Because this isn't the first time we've had a vehicle totaled in an accident, okay? So you go out and you get this thing, and then you get over the trauma of, oh my God, we lost our car. Oh my God, now we got to go shopping. Now comes the ordeal of trying to find a replacement for it. And what ends up happening is, oh, here's a rental car. Why don't you take this rental car until you can get it settled? Which, by the way, I got a bone to pick with Geico. Because if you were to have this thing and they didn't total it, you could have that car. We pay insurance for a rental. Granted, it's only $15 every 6 months, but still. It's supposed to cover up to $2,500 at $50 a day, which is like for a month. So if it took them a month to fix our car, we'd have a rental the whole time. Except there's this little clause that they added to our insurance renewal that says, if you total your car, you get 72 hours with a rental car.
Oh.
What the hell good is that going to do me? They still haven't gotten our title. We won't see the check from them until at least Friday. And the bank's not going to cash that right away. So it's not like we can go out on Saturday and buy a car. That money won't be available till next week, Monday.
Yeah, they've got to clear it, haven't they? Daft checks. Horrible things.
So upsetting.
The joys, mate, the joys. The joys of motoring.
The joys of having to replace the car and getting a rental is, now the wife wants the car that she's driving as a rental to be her full-time car.
Oh, God. Oh, no. That doesn't help.
Yeah, because it's like, you went from a car that's like a little cockpit. It reminds me of my Datsun 280Z I used to have. That was a beautiful cockpit. You get in the thing, and it was a cruiser. You could go for days in that thing. You felt like a jet fighter in it. Well, the new ones are now all laden with all kinds of technology, and it syncs right to your phone. Google Maps from your phone shows up on the screen. Big, screen like the Teslas have right in the middle of the thing.
Yeah, nice. That's what you want, man. All the toys and,
And granted, her car had the sync for her phone. So, you automatically sync to it when she got in the car, and she could talk and not have to worry about not hearing it or background noise and all this other shit. So now we're on the hunt for an Edge. Ford Edge.
A Ford Edge.
Yeah.
That
which
one
is what
that
she's
hit
driving
you
as a rental.
That one that hit you is the more modern version of mine, which we call the Mondeo over here. I don't know what it's called in America, but it's a Ford Mondeo. That's pretty much what I drive, but mine's the one before, the model.
I couldn't believe it, how little damage there was to his car. Meanwhile, ours is just totaled. And I knew it was totaled when I went to go empty the car contents out of it, because in the top of the hood, there was a little buckle right above the B pillar. So it's like, you know that the whole bird cage of that chassis design.
Yeah, the old chassis, that's why it's been written off as chassis damage. And they won't fix that, matey. There's not many people now that jig chassis back out. Too much money.
And speaking of which, here comes Mrs. Hunky Vape. Hello and welcome to the stream. Yeah, and the sad reality is, it's like, okay, now we got to go find a vehicle. Don't want any more miles than the vehicle we have. We only had 120,000 miles on that car, despite it being 2010. So we need to find a new vehicle. We're going to have to cough up some cash to buy this thing. There's no question about it. Which is going to put the big kinks into doing any more projects, or additions to the studio here.
It's like that because insurance companies will just give you what they see as market value, won't they? They'll not give you what you think it's worth.
Yeah, and the bullshit part about the market value is, with the car market that there is nowadays, forget trying to find an exact replacement for that vehicle with that low of a mileage on it.
Yeah.
You're not going to find it. Unless somebody's granny had one in their car, in the garage, and she passed away and they're selling it.
I know in the UK you can buy it back. If you want to get that car back and get it fixed, you can buy it back off the insurance company. But
yeah, you can buy it back, but you know how much it's going to cost to fix it? Yeah, twice what the insurance company is going to give us.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
They want to hand us like $7,000 for the car, plus taxes and fees and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay.
It's just so, it's so complicated now. Insurance, in the good old days, you used to bump somebody, exchange your details, your card get fixed, happy days. Now it's just write off. Honestly, it's just so shit.
Vaping Bik, hello and welcome to the stream.
Oh, hello, Vaping Bik. How are you doing? Bik.
I did have a chance to check out your channel. I didn't have a chance to watch any of your videos, though. I was about to whenever I got called away to go pick up my wife, because it was a bad day.
The vehicle, it was a shit day, matey, as you know.
Yes, it was. So I didn't do anything the rest of that day, and hardly anything the day after, even though I came up here to continue working on it. But I did get most of everything completed on here. I still got a couple minor things to do. The one cable for the overhead camera, I need to replace that. And some other minor cabling issues. But hopefully, knock on wood, the studio renovation's done. Now it's time to crank out some videos. So... But up for us today.
Onwards and upwards. Onwards and upwards.
Where is it? That's what we're going to do as far as our retro vape goes. I've got two retro vapes for you. The Cloud 571 RDA. And here's the Proto RTA.
The Proto. Now that rings a bell.
It's the prototype RTA, and I'm having a brain fart here. Where's my notepad? I closed it.
If there's any kind of farts going on, I'm glad we haven't got smell-o-vision. That's all I'm going to say.
Let me open it up. Because it's actually made by a company that I've heard of. Thunderhead Creations is the one that released that.
Thunderhead Creations, yeah.
Yeah.
Very reputable company, maybe.
I've got Vape Mail.
Vape Mail. Yeah. That's going to be the last one you're going to have for a while by the looks of it. Oh, bless.
Yeah, well, that one was sent to me for review, so...
What a bummer.
It didn't cost nothing. However, the other order is now cataloged, and I'm now up to 470 flavors.
Wow.
So hopefully we'll get some new recipes today, something interesting. Plus, I did get some amazing flavors in this assorted pack from Wonder Flavors, this brand new one that they have.
Oh.
Pecan pie.
Oh yeah, you've been talking about that for a while, though, haven't you? You've been.
I've made Mallory Gates pecan pie before, which is just butter pecan and crust. Well, now I can get it as a one shot from Wonder Flavors. What?
You've been itching there.
I can complement Mallory Gates' recipe by adding that in to bridge the gap between the butter pecan and crust.
Well, this is it.
The amazing possibilities when you get into DIY is just unbelievable.
Hey man, I tell
unbelievable.
Not be long before you'll have 1,000, mate. You'll be there before you know it. I'm telling you.
Now, the big goal is, now that the studio's done, and I still got some minor tweaking to do, but long story short, I can legit get in here, get on Twitch, and start single flavor testing all of these lovely, delicious flavors. I'm so looking forward to that. That's going to be awesome.
You've got a lot to keep you busy, my young friend.
That I do. That I do. So look for a bunch more content, a bunch more live streams. And for those of you that are interested in the Twitch ones, this is, I'm going to give you my opinion and review when I actually do the testing. But while I'm mixing, there's no point in me talking. So I'm just going to put together a new playlist. And you can just sit there and play it in the background and just listen there and chill to the music.
Why not? With the
Except when it's time for me to actually talk about the flavor.
Yeah. And you also with a beverage of your choice in your hand while you just sit and chill out.
Yeah, believe me, I need plenty of that alcoholic beverages today.
That's what I'm wondering. I'm just wondering, you got me wondering.
For our flavor testing, I got 3 bottles. They're all the same. And I'm going to finish them all off on the stream today. And if I don't cut the grass today, well, so be it.
What the hell, mate? What the hell? What the hell?
It's just been a week from hell, I'm telling you.
Yeah, you just got to just wind it out, mate. Just get it out of your system and just chill out. Bummer. This is annoying. Bummer.
Well.
The thing is...
Some things never change, though. I can't zoom in because I don't forgot what the program is to zoom in, but we still have 24,270,085 people, 86 people that have died from cigarette combustion since I quit smoking. And it's still 0 for vaping.
For vaping. That would cause a stir, though, if you got 1 who died from vaping. What the hell?
There's been plenty of people that, tried to point to this one or tried to point to that one, but you can't count it as a vaping death when this bloke smoked for 4 decades and then vaped for a week and then he died.
Yeah.
Because of his lung cancer.
Yeah. The damage has already been done there.
Exactly. The damage has been done and he hasn't had enough time to heal from it. But there are people that have been vaping for 15 years and they went and they get their normal checkups and x-rays and they see, pulmonologists and they don't have asthma anymore. So their COPD is just about gone away. COPD used to be considered a terminal condition. Once you had it, you were diagnosed with that for the rest of your life.
Yeah, my mom's got it. My mother's got COPD.
Yep.
She's still ticking along. She's all right. Still ticking along. It's not
good.
the end of the world. It's not the end of the world, It's depends how bad you get it, really.
Yeah, and it depends on how far it progresses.
Yeah, I think it's one of them ones, like, if you catch it early enough, it is probably treatable. But if it gets too far down the line, then that's when you've got problems.
Well, the thing is, our definition of treatment isn't what it's supposed to be. It's not like, you cut your finger, you get an infection on it, you go to the doctor, they give you some antibiotics, they clean out your wound, they suture it up, and it's completely healed. That should be the definition in our expectations of treatment. Yeah. But that's not what modern day definition of treatment for illness is.
I think that's when you get a lot of people who do get diagnosed with a terminal illness, whatever it may be, just say, well, if it's not going to cure us, I don't want the treatment. You know what I mean? I know a lot of people that's refused treatment.
This is the modern
pretty
day
much, isn't it?
definition of treatment.
Yeah.
Money or your life. And the thing about it is,
the wealthy that's
it's constantly hand over the money. Give us the money every day, every month, or you're going to have to suffer from your illness, because we never actually cured your illness. We're just giving you something to let you live with it.
Yeah.
We should
Let's
expect
just put you
better
through
from
the pain
today's
and suffering.
society. Yeah, that's exactly it.
With all the medical science and technology that's out there, you know what I mean? Surely there must be better. I mean, when you think about it, cancer treatments never changed for years. Never. It's the same shit. Chemo, radiotherapy, never changed. Been like that for decades. Never changed.
And you have to wonder why. Why haven't they done anything about it?
Because I don't think they want to cure it, to be honest with you, because it's making them money.
Yeah, I suppose.
It's just like they don't want to ban nicotine and tobacco, because it's making them money. Same thing. Well, same principle.
I think
don't
it's
know.
time for us to skip forward.
Yes.
Adults
you
like
you
flavors.
do need a beverage. You do
Adults
need a
like
beverage,
flavors.
mate.
And we need
Yes.
a beverage to move past
You
this.
need a beverage. Yeah, you will need a beverage, sir.
All right, time for a flavor explosion.
Move your mind and get ready for the drop.
And up for our edification today, we have ourselves some Angry Orchard hard
apt
cider.
That's an apt name for the week you've had. Angry.
Angry Orchard. Here is another consequence of this accident, right? Okay. We have this thing planned for the Fleetwood Mac, band that we were going to go watch. So we get there and we took a hotel room so that actually takes dogs. So we put our dogs in the hotel room because the concert's only going to be like 2 hours. It's just a tribute band, right? So we go there, we order our beverage. I order myself some beautiful blackberry wine.
Ooh, very nice.
It was fantastic. It was delicious. My wife orders a bucket of Angry Orchard. Crisp apple. The week just continued the way it was because, see, in order to open this, you need this. They didn't supply this. They just gave you a bucket of these. So I'm like, you could just have some of my wine and we'll take it home. Then she gets a phone call from the hotel saying your dogs are barking and it's being obtrusive to the rest of the guests here. So you're gonna have to come back and get your dogs. She's like, okay, fine. Forget about the fact that there's a mile-long line to try and get into this place. I'll go get the dogs. You stay here, you listen to the music, you enjoy Fleetwood Mac more than I do anyway. Okay, fine. She goes, she leaves. She checks the fine print on the venue where this winery is, where the concert is. You're not allowed to have dogs on the premises. Unless they're a service dog. So there I was listening to the concert, and she's taking the dogs to the dog park to pass the time before she's going to come back to pick me up after it's over. I'm telling you, it's been the week from hell. So I need some Angry Orchard.
Angry Orchard, eh?
What do you have?
I have. I've never had it before, and I know it's not the strongest, but I've got some Smirnoff Ice Raspberry.
Ooh!
For the size of the bottle, it's only 4% alcohol, which quite surprised me with it being a vodka-based drink. Yep, it's your normal sparkling Smirnoff number 21 premium. Vodka mixed drink with raspberry flavouring and colourings. But this is not all, because I have its little friend, and this is Smirnoff Ice Tropical. Well, this one looks even better again. Again, 4% volume, mixed drink, lots of mango, guava, and passion fruit flavourings, other flavouring and colourings, and then to top it all off, I've just got a good old-fashioned kind of French lager, or Belgian lager, which is what I'm going to call it. And that'll top it up nicely.
Let me see those bottles again. Those Smirnoffs.
See them bottles again?
Those look fantastic.
There you go, sir. Smirnoff
Ice. Holy cow!
Raspberry.
I need to go to the liquor store and find a bottle of that. That looks fantastic.
There's that flavour, and like I say, there's the tropical flavour as well. 2 flavours, as you can see. Lovely jubbly. And as you can see, the price
delicious.
in the UK. That's the price of the UK.
£3.50.
Cheap as chips.
You don't want to know what we paid for these, especially considering this bottle of wine was like $30.
Really?
I mean, it was a great bottle of wine, but I wouldn't say it was worth $30.
And for a pack of 4 of these, it was only humble. Well, $7.49. Just there.
Camera's off to your left.
There you are.
There you go, mate.
£7.49 for 4 pint, what we call a pint can.
Holy cow.
500 ml. But the thing is, they've just announced over here in the UK they're going to tax alcohol on its volume. So the higher the alcohol volume, the more tax you pay on it. And so if your normal beers may drop down, because obviously the low alcohol volume, while your spirits, maybe some of your wines are going to go up. So I think that's a good way of doing it. That like really good.
Yeah, then they're going to do if they push it too hard though, they're going to do the same thing like the people do. You go to Ohio, they tax you per milliliter for liquid that contains nicotine. So,
got you.
$1.8 milliliters of nicotine cost you 20 cents, rather than a 120 ml bottle costing you $12 in tax. So then now they sell, a lot of the stores only sell zero nic liquids, but they have a display stand on this to pay your 20 cents in tax.
I think that's pretty much the way the UK sell all of this stuff here. When you buy these, like so these bottles, there's no nic in them. You add it yourself. There's no nicotine in these at all. These size bottles. The only bottles that do with nicotine in them is the
little 10
ml ones. With whether it be the salts or the free base, because them's the ones most people start to quit. You know what I mean? So that's the only ones that that's why everybody's harping on about the nic levels when they do eventually sort out the rules and regulations here. They want to up them a bit. You know what I mean? Rather than have a little 10 milli bottle or whatever. You know what I mean? So, but these the one shots, no nicotine at all. Been like that for ages.
Cheers.
To your health, sir. I'll give you that one. Where am I going with this camera? I'm there. Cheers.
That is a very crisp apple. Yep, definitely a hard cider. Just plain, simple, crisp apple hard cider.
Oh, the smell of that's delicious. Ooh, smells nice. Oh, just like drinking soda, mate.
Do we need to put
bury that?
Do we need to put a warning out? This is not for children.
Yes, this is not for children. It looks delicious, but it's not for children. Just for big children like me.
Oh, it is delicious, isn't it?
Mm. 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 I don't want to swallow it. It's that good. The palate.
What? I've never heard anybody say that before.
I just didn't want to swallow. Just want to swill it round. You know what I mean? Mm.
Oh, delicious!
Yes.
Now that's refreshing.
This is refreshing.
Sneak him a one. I thought you were going to sneak him a one, you swine. Well, all I can say is...
Ooh, well, this puts hair on your chest.
Not this stuff here. This stuff is fantastic.
One moment. I've had an idea.
I think we need to be scared. When he comes up with ideas, we have no inkling of where the heck he's going with his ideas. So while he's going away, let me remind you all.
Vaping is better than smoking.
Fantastic. His camera just keeps disappearing. That's weird. So, where did he go? Absent. He's AWOL. So, what are you folks vaping on out there? Uh-oh.
One glass. Ice. Oh, yes. Now we're talking. Oh, my lordy do. That's not a fantastic colour.
So the question is, what are we vaping on today?
Oh, I don't care. I don't care. Right. Well, if you bear with me. Oh, that's bad. That is good, that, mate. Anyway. I have got the Wasp Nano Pro here on the Invader 4. And in that, I've got some dregs of baked cheesecake. What I do...
Cheesecake.
When my bottles get down to here, I drip the rest. It's pointless filling an RTO because it's just, cack.
Not worth it.
And like, why I've never bought one of these RDAs in the past is unbelievable. It's amazing, this RDA. Oh, the flavour of that stunning. I've also got the one I cannot pronounce.
Osiris.
The Osiris 38ml on the G Class 2, and in there I've got the main man's. I've still thinking this king. I don't want to use it all. I'm just putting it in stuff I like at the minute. And then finally I have the the Enduro with the Kylan 3 on. And that, I believe, I've got the Prince from Vaping Bik's range, the Regency range. And that's pretty much it, really. I'm not...
Have you made peace with that king yet? Regency?
Kind of. A bit of sweetener helped.
Yeah.
That's all I can... But again, like I said, some people were suggesting like leave the steep long. I mean, I've had them now for what, 3 weeks?
Does it change at all?
Not that much.
Well, see, that's the thing in the UK and across Europe, you're not allowed to have any DAP, diacetyl propylene. Yeah, you're not allowed to have any of that stuff in your e-liquids. And some of the true custards, you have to have it in there. I mean, it's at a minuscule quantity, but you guys prohibit it altogether.
You know, so they would stiff up a lip and that, no, we can't have that. You know what I mean? Blah, 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 blah. No, you can't have that. No. But you can have a cigarette and smoke yourself to death by all means. Go for it. Tally hell.
It's available on every street corner.
Yeah.
Every corner shop. And every bar.
Exactly.
Well, I'm still working on this lovely Brunhilde. This coil is still banging. And as a matter of fact, I've been using this one almost exclusively throughout the day.
That's still the original coil is.
Still the original coil. And I was complaining about last week about how, 3 or 4 times a day, it kept saying, coil resistance changed. Is this the new one or the old one? That quit doing it. Now it just works fantastic.
Yeah, like I said, it could be a bit of a bedding in time, you know what I mean? Some coils do take a little time to bed in.
Yeah, but for this thing, we're almost on 2 weeks now. On the original stock coil. That's fantastic.
That's
and then I got the Kylan 3 on the Sigelli Top 1.
On your big stopwatch. That's what it looks like.
Big walkie-talkie.
Yeah.
And then from last week's Retro Vape, we've got the OBS Alter. That's still sitting on my desk. I've been topping the tank off. Still delicious. And...
Oh, I did. Oh.
The Pasito Mini kit from Smoant. That's still the original coil. That's still going. And... for my bedtime vape and my end table vape downstairs, the Dovepo Odin with the Arbiter 1. Classic.
Like that thing, don't you?
And every single one of them is filled with my Hunky Hawaiian Punch.
You do like that, Odin. I'll give you that. I bet you end up with a new one eventually. You will.
They're getting hard to find.
Odin too.
You can't find these things anymore.
I bet you get the new one eventually. The Odin 2. That's just come out.
I've got 2 of them.
I'm seeing the new one that's just come out. The Odin 2. The new one that's just come out.
Oh, the Odin 2.
Yeah. You're going to get it. You're going to end up with
Listen,
one of them.
I figured it out. There are people that bitching. They're like, I'm waiting for the DNA version to come out. And the little bastards didn't release a DNA version first. No, they're just like the people that put rock concerts on nowadays. They put them out there, and for pre-sale, the prices are all jacked up. And they have a goal of selling like 20,000 tickets.
They did the same with the top side. Remember that? Where they put the Yee board in it? Top side. Done the same with that. But there was a lot of people who preferred the original top side board to the Yee board. They reckon it was just much better. So there you go.
Yee board's a little finicky unless you're, familiar with their ecosystem and the way that their button works and that little, joystick control. It can be a challenge for people that don't want to do that.
On the G Class 1, the menu was fucking nightmare on them. It was just menu, sub-menu after sub-menu. It was just, you just went on forever. With the G Class 2, it's not too bad. It's not too bad at all.
Mallory says that she likes her dead rabbits and her drops. Mostly dead rabbits. RDAs, V1, V2, V3, and the drop 1.5 and V2. And solo.
Yeah, I like
Serpent
a dead
RDA,
rabbit.
Geek Vape Z RDA.
I'm partial to a dead rabbit with a nice crust on the top of it.
Roasted on a fire pit.
Yeah. You know.
60 Watt Guy says, I like Vapors Cloud stuff.
Yeah, good stuff. I'm just saying, I bought that the RDA adapter for that. Not impressed.
The 510
power.
adapter?
Yeah, the power's non-existent. It's massive.
For the 510 adapter or the rebuildable?
510 adapter. I put the mongrel. Not the mongrel. I put the Doom on the me thingy. 80 watts. Absolutely no power. It's just
No.
Power.
It's a single battery. You can't expect 80 watts out of that little tiny thing. Those are for your little mouth to lungs, or like the Arbiter Solo.
No.
Yeah, the settings go up that high, but you're not actually going to get 80 watts out of it.
80 watt box mod. I know what you're saying, but it was a bit too cold.
You put something like the Arbiter Solo on there, running at like 38 watts, it'll do it just fine. But you can't expect it to crank out 80 watts out of a single battery.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I normally run the Doom at 60 watts. I had to put a full belt to get it to warm up. That's what I'm saying. The power losses, wow.
What battery do you have in there?
It's
like a 25R?
Samsung 30T, the pink ones.
Oh, the 30T.
Yeah.
You're limited to 20 watts in that, if I'm not mistaken, for the... Is this the 30T? Or 30Q?
Yeah, pink ones. Yeah.
30Q.
30Q, that's them, yeah.
Yeah, and it's not made for vaping.
Well, none of them are really when you think about it. We're using
they like to
batteries
protect
to put
their legal
Hoovers and shit. You know, we're using torch batteries and Dyson Hoover battery packs and shit. You know what I mean? I wonder if that would work. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? If you actually took the whole battery pack over Dyson and hooked it up with a vape. Hey, boom!
Listen, I've seen people take a cordless drill and they remove the motor and chuck, releasing just the wires, and then they hook it up to a 510 connector.
Whoa. You're kidding.
It's no different than a stacked tube mech. 20 watts.
No.
Variable speed control.
Crank it up.
Variable wattage control.
I was thinking voltage. You plugged into 240 volts. You're stacking up to be 9 feet tall.
Nah, the batteries on those things are like a brick.
Exactly.
There you go. I bet if I open this thing up, there'd be nothing but 18650 batteries in there.
I think that the 18 volts under the push out on the max of 18 volt batteries packs.
Yeah. That one's 20.
So, babe.
How about the one that my son got me for my lawnmower? He gave me as my Christmas present early. It's a 60 volt battery.
Get it in here.
You can't lug that thing around. It's so damn heavy. Perfect for the lawnmower, though. Now that my lawnmower's got 2 of those batteries in there, I can cut all the grass, take the battery out when I'm done, weed whack, and then put it into the blower and blow the sidewalks all clear.
You missed my point. That's what a rucksack's for, you see. You put the big battery on your back and just wire it in.
Kind of like when we were growing up as kids, you know those hats they had with the cup holders in them and the straws that came down and over your...
Exactly. In there. Hey, the future is vaping and future is now.
Listen, vaping isn't all that it's cracked up to be. I watched the latest vlog by Grim Green, and he was talking about, he did a little contest. All the stuff that he cleaned off his desk, he waited until the stream to get everything put back together and did a little contest. And I'm telling you, folks, the struggle is real.
Holy
Here's
fuck,
all the
man.
stuff that I had to clean up off of my desk when I was moving all this stuff around.
Shit.
What goes with what? How do you put all this shit back together? The struggle is real, I'm telling you.
Well, I can see next to that green one, the green bottom was next to it, so that one's easy.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's really not that complicated. But the point is, I mean, the struggle is real. You got to get all this stuff cleaned off, and then you have to wait for it to dry before you put it back together.
Oh, yes. I'm just ashamed they're not dishwasher friendly.
Some of them are. I mean, the Wake Modco, that might be a good thing with this gold plating stuff that they put on these things. That would be dishwasher safe, no question about it. But some of those cheaper ones, what was it?
Because technically, if you could get in a dishwasher, that's going to be hygienically clean, you know, because part of the process is steaming. So, you know.
Yeah, but you can't do that with like the Ringco or whatever the brand was. The dripper, they had a little mini frickin' box mod. You can't do that with that one. Just soaking it for an hour, you pull them out and let them dry. All of the screws that are in there are nothing but plain ordinary steel. Rust covers the glass and everything.
Just rust straight out.
Just cleaning it one time.
Stainless.
That's why,
The stainless.
The Arbiter's 100% stainless. I can verify that because there's been times where I put this into our little recycling thing. I fill this thing up with hot water, throw that in there, and I forget about it for a week. I come back and I'm like, oh, that smells. Let's clean this thing out. Put more hot water in there, clean it. None of that stuff, none of those screws or bits or any of it had any issues whatsoever because it's stainless steel. It's a nice quality product.
Oh, yes. Wow.
Just goes to show you, it's not worth cheaping out on a lot of this stuff. You know, if you have to pay an extra 15 or 20 bucks for something, it's worth it in the long run.
Definitely. Definitely. I mean, when I was still working in engineering, we used to actually use a lot of grub screws that would fit in vape decks, and they were all stainless. Now we used to always get a few from work and just switch them out. You know what I mean?
I got your number. You being an engineer and all.
Well, you know. Yep, the sonic cleaners as well. The Vaping Bik. Yeah, I've got one of them kicking about somewhere.
Yeah, I got an ultrasonic cleaner. I've used it for numerous things.
I'll tell you what they're really good for.
What?
Them
glasses.
Put your glasses in. Jesus, they come out like new.
Yeah, they do work pretty good.
Wow. You're like, wow, I can see.
There you go.
That's.
I got your number.
That's. Yeah. It'll not clamp a trailer on like very well, but it'll be measured damn perfectly.
We're not talking about a ball and pintle. We're talking about a regular trailer hitch. Regular trailer hitch, the actual hitch itself locks onto the ball. You don't need anything on top of it.
You can measure it down, right? Yeah. We need a new trailer hitch. Why?
I got another one for you. Well, when you really suck at body work, but you're good at roofing.
I like that. That's really cool. That's awesome. But that trailer hitch though, that's so good because you can check when the ball's starting to wear. You're all right. We need a new hitch. Yeah, we need a new hitch. It's ready. It's gone down by 3 microns. We need a new hitch.
Listen, we live in a town where I'm telling you, you really have to question some people. Set down the crack pipe and step away from the welder, please. Look at that thing. What the hell is that?
Beetle. It's half VW Beetle and half camper. He's done the VW camper into a VW Beetle together.
Yeah. Just merge them together. Who cares?
That's a death trap. That's got to be a death trap. I mean, how?
No. You want to see a death trap? I can show you a death trap. I'll just shrink it down to fit onto the screen. There you go.
Holy fuck. I know, but if it's for cutting the grass, then it's not a death trap, is it? It's a funky hot rod lawnmower.
Yeah. But see, around here, they would drive that to work.
Oh,
I could see my brother-in-law riding that to work, going down to the mill.
Really? You're doing something like that in the UK, you'd get shot with shit driving down the road or something like that.
Hey, it's no different than this one. Fast food for cows. Look at that attachment.
Oh, I like it. That's clever. That's engineering. That is engineering, man.
Oh, yeah. You know, there's always a question everybody always asks. And I think we finally found photographic evidence that answers the question. Does a bear shit in the woods?
I could definitely say yes. Oh my God almighty. Jesus.
Listen, when life gets you down and you're upset about it, you got to go find some of the fun stuff out there and try and laugh it off, because if you don't, it can really get the best of you.
Humor, honestly, humor is the best medicine in the world. Trust us. Brilliant, man. Got a humor stuff.
Toilet paper, not toilet paper. Maple leaf, yes. Poison ivy, no.
No.
Just when you thought joining the Boy Scouts was a bad thing, there's reason why you should join. Learn the fundamentals of nature.
Yeah, you don't want to be wiping your ass. You don't want to be wiping your ass on poison ivy.
You and I are the perfect co-hosts for a show because you led the perfect segue to the next one. It's an apprenticeship. Stop telling people I'm being potty trained.
How true. How true. I love it.
Oh, never a dull moment.
There is not, my friend. There is not. That's quality, that.
Hey, man, we live in a really rough neighborhood, okay? I'm going to be honest with you. Care to guess how rough the neighborhood is? They're doing construction for a brand new highway across the river.
Holy fuck.
And I haven't even finished the first bottle.
I would actually love to have seen that actually happen. I would just love to see them before they're rolling these giant wheels.
These giant wheels are bigger than your car.
That's what I'm saying, them ginormous. Well, they do ride them down or something.
Listen, when we were younger, we needed to blow off some steam. We'd go play mailbox baseball. And that works fantastic until somebody gets wise to what you're doing.
Oh my. Oh my.
That hurts.
I bet it does. It looks fucking
easy way for you to lose a tooth.
Easy.
I'm telling you.
Oh.
No, we had a good time. Wow. And we, it's all about having the right attitude. And after we got done with our, concert that we went to, our tribute that we went to, went out and got ourselves something to eat and something to drink. Beautiful sandwich. Here in Pittsburgh, we have what's called the Permane sandwich, right? And it's basically a sandwich where they take fries and coleslaw and put it on your sandwich. Well, this bar and grill that we went to had this served with fresh cut chips, and you call them crisps over there.
Yeah.
But the sandwich still had fries and slaw on it, and it had gyro or gyro, depending on how you pronounce it. If you want to be Greek, you got to call it a gyro.
A gyro.
Oh, but that thing was so delicious. And I'll give you one guess. What do you think my wife actually ordered?
A salad pie.
No way. Pizza.
Ooh, pizza. Oh, even that looks
My
nice.
wife loves pizza. Can never get enough.
That's what my son's like. We're sure he's got some kind of gene from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in him, because that's all he eats is pizza.
Oh man, this thing was so fantastic.
Oh, it looks nice. No, like I'll give her that. Like
The
I
cheese
can
just
see
falls
why.
right off of it.
I can kind of see why she went for that. Like that's nice. I'd still have the sandwich. I would have probably had both. I'm a greedy motherfucker.
We were supposed to eat at the concert, but when it went to shit, it was like, I'm not going to eat without her. I feel bad,
you
you
could
know?
have split that. You could have split that. You could have half the pizza, and you could have given half a sandwich, and you both could have had half. Then you would have both had the best of both
Actually,
worlds.
she only ate one slice of the pizza and brought it home. We had that for lunch the next day.
After all that, Charlie had one slice. My God.
Yep.
I love it.
All right, one more. This one's not so much of a joke as it is a theory. Something to think about. France became the first country to make it mandatory for all of its supermarkets to give away the unsold food to the needy rather than throwing it in a dumpster.
Totally agree with that.
What a fantastic
I
idea.
think we've kind of got something like that going. It's like a lot of stuff that goes to food banks, like, you know, that they're thrown away that goes to food banks, etc. So we're but that's mostly like stuff that's going to last long, you know, like tin stuff and all that kind of stuff. But even the fresh stuff, the breads and that, you know, you can give that straight away to somebody that's homeless, whatever. It's going to be eaten, you know, relatively soon. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's something that's got to be done, because the amount. I think, you know, we must have some kind of friggin' psychic connectivity, really, because it was only on our news a few weeks ago about the amount of food waste that goes in landfill in our country each year. You know, there's thousands and thousands of tons of it just goes to waste.
It's sad.
It can even be recycled. It can be recycled as compost, whatever, you know, against, you know, it just goes to landfill.
Maximizing the use out of things. All right, time for a little segue here. We're going to jump into some news and advocacy, like we always do.
Yes, please. I haven't done.
Here is something I keep getting on my Facebook feed, and keep getting advertised. Matter of fact, I even got it on a YouTube feed. Here's the thing we talked about a couple weeks ago about the world's first pocket hazer. Not Jay Hayes. Has nothing to do with him. This is a prop. This is a fog machine for photographers. Okay?
That's right.
Being advertised on YouTube and on Facebook. It's a smoke genie. It's nothing more than a vape device, which obviously you choose or not to choose nicotine in it, just like you can with your vape. Yeah. But they have no problem pushing this advertising. They ban our stuff, right? But this is perfectly acceptable. Matter of fact, when I went to watch Grim Green's vlog, the advertisement that was fed to me was for a disposable product. It was called the Air. It was a melatonin vape.
Melatonin?
Melatonin, like for people that can't sleep, they tell you to take a melatonin pill. They were advertising a melatonin vape.
What?
It was an advertisement on YouTube.
Actually on YouTube.
Not banned, pushed to everybody.
Wow.
We live in a crazy world full of hypocrisy.
Without a doubt.
I just don't understand it. However, there are some people out there that are trying to do good. And those of you who have seen in the background of my set have been for a long time this wonderful book by Dr. Colin Mendelsohn, Stop Smoking and Start Vaping. Well, guess what? Now you can buy it for free. You can download it right from his website.
That's
just
awesome.
like that. There's no excuse for you not to be able to read this now. And if you know a smoker that needs to quit smoking and won't believe you when you tell them how much better it is for them, now you can legit download the PDF, send them an email, or give them the web link and download the book for yourself.
That's awesome.
You got a doctor that doesn't want to believe you? Email him this book and tell him to read it. Now available as a free download PDF right from Dr. Colin Mendelson's website.
There you go, folks. It is a very good read, actually. Even if you are currently a vapor, it's quite a good read. Still informative.
Yeah, because it highlights everything that's out there, you know, the misinformation campaigns that are out there, who's funding it, why are they funding it. Even Legion Vapes is in this one. Yeah.
Big tobacco plays only a small part in vaping.
Yep. And I really want to applaud Dr. Mendelsohn for making this book available for free for those of the people that can't afford it, the people that can't have access to it. Now you can get it as long as you've got an internet connection. You can download the book and read the PDF version.
Awesome read, folks. Awesome read. Well, got everybody in there.
Fantastic news.
That's awesome, guy. Awesome.
I'm a racing mom, Kim Skip Murray, got an article published as an op-ed in Filter magazine. Something I wanted to bring to you guys' attention. Stigma and misinformation maintain the devastating toll of lung cancer. It's all part of this 8 million a year that die from cigarette smoking. Okay? And we need to change the ant's perspective on things. Stigma is not appropriate for any means whatsoever. Because they don't understand that the root cause of people turning to drugs and turning to tobacco in the first place is because of a problem dealing with a mental health issue. Depression and anxiety causes people to turn to smoking.
Stress.
And August 1st is World Lung Cancer Day, right? So you would think that they would be out there celebrating the single best way to quit smoking. But no. American Lung Association's out there plastering misinformation out there as merchants of doubt and keeping people smoking longer. People's lives are at risk. Annually, the U.S. averages over 130,000 lung cancer deaths from smoking, plus over 7,000 more lung cancer deaths from secondhand smoke. Nearly 90% of lung cancer cases are caused by smoking. And the disease accounts for a large portion of over 8 million smoking-related deaths, just like I just got done saying. It would be so easy to change these numbers. We're not just talking about Biden's cancer moonshot. The list of diseases caused by smoking is astronomical, and the solution is so simple. It's what got us to quit, and there's plenty of people that quit without even trying. Anyway, this article is going to be in the description below. Feel free to check it out. Because we're going to go and cover what we talked about last year. Because Google and YouTube and their hypocrisy and their misinformation is literally contributing to the 8 million deaths per year.
WHO. Woohoo.
They have literally partnered with the WHO to spread dis and misinformation to the public. So, let's check this out.
Pardon me.
Welcome back. In this episode, we will review the implications of the agreement between the WHO and Google regarding online health information and how that may impact THR advocacy and activities. Science fiction often paints a picture of societies that are akin to an Orwellian novel, where a dictatorial power controls what we can read, say, or do. Well, maybe 1984 is already here, with a rather stark announcement made about the WHO collaborating with Google on a multi-year collaboration agreement to provide credible health-related information to help billions of people around the world respond to emerging and future public health issues. On the surface, this may seem to be an excellent idea in light of the misinformation that was rampant on the web during COVID-19.
Because the World Health Organization did such a fantastic job with COVID. Identifying when it was actually out there and how it was spreading and what the best course of action was for all of us to do.
Yeah, they didn't even go. They didn't
help
even go to the
public
country of
access
origin.
trustworthy
Yeah, well, it gets worse.
information, knowledge panels will cite content from reliable sources covering hundreds of conditions from the common cold to anxiety. Approved health information will be available on Google.
Because we know how good of a job Google already does identifying misinformation and identifying information that everybody should have to quit smoking.
It will follow the WHO SMART guidelines, a new approach for making information more accessible to frontline health workers through digital tools. There is no doubt that AI will be used to scan files and video content in order to red flag objectionable material. Information will be controlled or censored by an expert panel with WHO oversight. As part of Google, YouTube is also in on the action, with WHO collaborating with key creators on a series of videos and public service announcements that leverage celebrity voices in order to amplify their public health narrative.
Do you hear that? They're giving them not only the advertising space and foregoing the advertising revenue, they're also collaborating with big popular creators to create even more misinformation. And I'm not saying all of it's going to be misinformation, but we already know what their stance is on vaping.
Yeah.
Google.org is providing $50 million USD in
50 billion. Wow.
ad grants to support the World Health Organization in continuing their impactful work in public health.
The Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus.
The WHO's history is rife.
I can't stand him.
The WHO's history is rife too, right? It is, because whoever feeds them money, they're happy to go along with whatever they think.
That's exactly it. That's where the whole Bloomberg complex comes from.
Exactly.
And I'll even show you an overlay of how the money gets mapped and where the channeling goes to this stuff.
With ineptitude and ethically compromised dealings.
China is doing many good things that's slowing the virus, and the facts speak for themselves. If you see the number of cases, although in China it's more than 40,000, but in the rest of the world we have less than 400, or around 400, and only one death.
Yeah, we know how that turned out.
Yeah, one death.
And they want to control and censor the flow of
even if there is one death compared to the millions that are dying from smoking every day is a thing I could take that, like, you know what I mean?
8 million a year. And we have something that's demonstrably less harmful, to the tune of 99.9% 0.5% less harmful for cancer. You want to cure cancer?
Yep.
How about you get everybody to switch from combustible cigarettes to vaping? Simple solution. Yes, there's a possibility that certain flavoring components may contribute to some other health issues, but nothing compared to what it's like for cigarette smoking.
Information?
Or alcohol?
What's next? Fines or imprisonment for
Or
those
alcohol.
who have different point of view or don't subscribe to their agenda?
Major developments of global health emergency as the coronavirus reaches its 20th country.
Almost 800 more people have died in New York State alone.
Outside China, 3 cases have been confirmed in France. That's the first time the virus has been identified in Europe.
Can we really trust the WHO with our health? After all, the response to COVID-19 by the WHO...
Is that bottle empty already?
Well, you know. It just goes down too easy, man.
Like it did for me at the concert. I finished this bottle off before my wife got back to pick me up.
Go you.
WHO was a catastrophic failure. The WHO failed miserably to deal with the COVID-19 outbreak. Despite reports of the virus escaping from China, it was not until mid-March 2020 that the WHO finally conceded that widespread community transmission was occurring and then declared a pandemic.
We have therefore made the assessment that COVID-19 can be characterized as a pandemic.
The US.
You know why that happened, don't you? Because China were also funneling money into the WHO. That's why they stayed well the fuck away from it. That's why they didn't get in there.
Ian Thomas, hello and welcome. Our fact checkers here.
Oh, Ian's boy.
Craig D, hello and welcome to the stream. And Bruni Saint, hello and welcome to the stream.
You think about it, right? When like a disease illness takes over a country, where was the WHO then? They should have been there, like saying, right, what's going on here?
The thing is, they have inspectors already in the country. They already had inspectors in China.
Yeah, exactly. And they thought, nah, it's just a flu bug, it'll pass over. Wrong.
Listen, there's conspiracy nut jobs out there talking about, 9/11 was an inside job. It was a big conspiracy, to get us to be able to go to war in the Middle East again. And there's people out there that say that this whole thing with coronavirus was a conspiracy. It was a virus that was in a lab that was accidentally released for the whole purposes of trying out this mass restrictions.
It's a kind of a chemical warfare, isn't it? You could release a virus into the atmosphere and it could bring the world to a standstill, and they've proven that with COVID. They literally did bring the planet to a standstill. You know what I mean? So you don't need bombs and guns and whatever. Just hire a virus out and there you go. Chemical warfare at its finest. You know what I mean?
Sweden's lucky because of snus. Snus has been accepted widely in Sweden, and you guys have and are going to be the first non-smoking country on the planet. With a smoking rate less than 5%, you're designated as non-smoking country. You're going to be the first one. And you're decades ahead of where everybody else is aiming to be at. And nobody's going to make it there except for countries like Sweden that accept harm reduction and adopt that. You think the World Health Organization is going to stand by it and help, these smokers quit?
Fucking hell, I've got a fly. 60-watt guy saying, what's snooze? It's snooze. Was it S-N-U-Z? It's like a
S-N-U-S.
Yeah. It's
so
like
a moist tobacco pouch that you don't have to spit with?
Yeah. Just sitting your gum.
And they've already proven that, there's no health consequences to using it.
Yeah.
Mine's downstairs, else I'd show you it.
Snooze. That's it. I thought it was snooze. He put snooze. I was like, snooze. But yeah, it's been very successful in Sweden. I mean, it doesn't help us guys who like vaping. We like the vape, so you know what I mean. But to get
we need the hand-to-mouth action. We need all the other ones.
Yeah.
But this is what snus is.
But to actually stop you smoking, this stuff works.
It has worked because it's been widely accepted.
Now has more reported cases of the coronavirus than any other country in the world.
More than 500 people reported dead from the virus in just the last 24 hours.
We are bracing ourselves for something we've never seen before. Pandemic.
That isn't technically true. There have been global pandemics that have been worse than coronavirus.
The Spanish
but they've never
flu
had
is the one that
totalitarian
brings to mind.
control of every country and every person, telling them all to stay home and do this and do this.
Yeah, you check out the Spanish flu. It's an actual thing that happened that went across Europe and killed millions.
You know, I had a chart at one point that actually had different viruses, pictures of them, and the size of the virus on the picture actually represented the number of people that were killed by it. And COVID was like a golf ball compared to a lot of these other ones.
You associate the Black Death and the bubonic plague with the UK. Yeah, it was a big one in the UK, but it was still outside the UK. It was still in other countries as well.
Yeah, and at the time, that was the world view. They didn't know about America. They didn't know about, you know.
Yeah.
Is not a word to use lightly or carelessly.
The Surgeon General calls it an epidemic.
The FDA calls teen vaping an epidemic.
Well, the FDA calls it an epidemic.
Meanwhile, Brian King has already said it's not an epidemic. Nobody under me is authorized to call it an epidemic because that's not an epidemic. That's not the definition of an epidemic. I'm an epidemiologist, and I know what the definition of an epidemic is, and that's not appropriate for vaping. Vaping is far less harmful. As a general class, it's far less harmful than tobacco, you know, in any other form. Look at that face.
While I don't agree with teen vaping, it's still an epidemic. It's just it's a fad. It's part of growing up. It's teenage experimentation. We've all done it. Unfortunately, we done it with cigarettes, and we end up fucking doing it for best part of our fucking life. You know what I mean? So
it's a good thing. The teen vaping epidemic is a good thing because they're not picking up combustible cigarettes. They're not lighting tobacco on fire and breathing in actual smoke. Which, by the way, the World Health Organization wants to redefine anything, any source of a cloud that comes from a heated source is going to be called smoke.
That's kind of
They're talking about adopting this at COP10.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was moving on to. Like, if I had the choice, I'd rather teen vape than smoked. It's as simple as that, you know what I mean? They've probably got more chance of quitting vaping than what they have smoking, if they wish to do so.
There's already been studies done. The one professor that's on Twitter, I interact with on occasion and, you know, like his tweets and stuff and follow his research. He's a researcher at Penn State University. And he did a study. The average length of time that a person's going to vape is 10 years. And then they'll quit. So even if a teenager does pick it up as a habit, when by the time they get 30, that's when they're going to quit. Not like us. Yeah. We smoked for decades. And then 3 or 4 decades later, we're like, oh, man, we got health consequences from this. We should probably quit. People are going to quit vaping a lot sooner than if they would pick up a cigarette habit.
Without a doubt. Plus, I think it would be easier. Without a doubt.
Look at that face. There's so much anger in her.
Right now, she's disgusted.
She's so miserable. I want to send her this bottle of wine. Go chill out.
No. I want to lock her in a car and hot box it with vape. That's what I want to do.
Here, let me show you. It's not going to hurt you.
Yeah, it's not going to hurt you. Get in that car.
And then she's going to go crying about how we gave her PTSD because, you know, she was locked in the car and had to suffer from all this vape. This fruity cheesecake. Oh, I couldn't stand fruity cheesecake. I can't eat cheesecake anymore because I had to suffer from that.
No, I'd get a medical examiner to do a full examination afterwards and say, there's fuck all wrong with your lungs, do you? Crack on.
There's nothing wrong with you.
Yeah.
This is a youth vaping epidemic.
No, it's not. It's not an epidemic. You should be celebrating the fact that they're smart enough to pick up this instead of lighting tobacco on fire.
Instead, in January 2020,
Say that again.
You make me want a lobotomy.
I'm sorry, but I just thought it was apt.
It is quite appropriate.
while it was clear that countries other than China were reporting COVID-19 cases, the WHO spent its time publishing a series of 14 tweets about the dangers of vaping, including claims such as e-cigarette liquid being flammable.
Which it isn't. It can't be. Not possible. Don't make me get a bowl and try and light it on fire because it won't happen.
Yeah, come on. We've got to do an experiment. We've got to do it.
Lethal to bystanders, both of which is false.
It is somehow unimaginable, unbelievable, that in the most famous city of the richest country in the world, they're digging mass graves.
And that legit happened. In New York City, the coroner's offices had to get rid of the bodies because there were more bodies coming in. And for people that couldn't afford funeral services or a funeral director, they put them in a pine box. They created a mass grave, and they literally hauled all of these into that site and buried them, just like the people that were in the buildings on 9/11.
For those who can't afford a funeral, and for those who died of coronavirus with no next of kin.
Failures by the WHO during the COVID-19 pandemic at multiple levels led to millions of preventable deaths and a reversal in progress towards sustainable development for many countries. Let's get real here. This is the same organization that elected North Korea to its executive board.
Did you hear that?
Rocket Man! It's Rocket Man!
One of Rocket Man's designees has been elected, unofficially elected, to the World Health Organization and is now an administrator.
It is difficult to fathom why Kim Jong-un, a global...
Gam back a bit just to that bloke. Just gam back to him a bit. Just so I can see a minute. Just gam back. Just took if you can. He's just
gonna break it.
There.
Rocket Man.
Right. Can you remember something? Nam Gangnam style. Ooh.
Believe me, I do remember that. I do remember when I was DJing, having to play that.
It's the fucking Rocket Man. He is Gangnam style. Ooh. That was worth
Holy cow.
Rocket Man is Gangnam. There we go. I found his true identity.
And I think we broke it.
Sorry I broke that, but it was worth every fucking...
It is difficult to fathom why Kim Jong-un, a global pariah, has been welcomed with open arms by an executive body that decides approaches to healthcare and public health policies worldwide. It is not even the first time that the WHO has got its priorities all wrong.
Yeah, we can go into Africa and talk about all different kinds of diseases that were down there that were running rampant, and the World Health Organization came in to help and made the situation worse.
Oh, yes.
When it comes to deadly diseases.
WHO people were really not at the level required for the job. Their coordinator never worked on Ebola before. Immediately, I thought, those people are useless. They don't even understand what they're supposed to do here.
I am declaring the current outbreak of Ebola virus disease a public health emergency of international concern.
In 2014, the previous Director General, Margaret Chan.
It was too late. We now pronounce it an emergency thing after millions have died, like thousands have died.
Yeah, they come in after the fact and go, oh, well, this is what we got to do, and we inoculate these people, and we give them this medicine, and it'll help. Meanwhile, they make the situation worse.
Because it's a vivid memory to me, because we had a UK nurse out there who contracted Ebola, and she was cured. She managed to save, and then she went back out again, and the poor cow got it again. But she still survived, thankfully. But yeah.
Japan ducked a conference to discuss the fast-growing outbreak of Ebola in Africa and instead flew to Moscow, just months after Russia had shot down Malaysian Airlines Flight 17 over Ukraine.
Evidence indicates that the plane was shot down by a surface-to-air missile.
To just have tea with Russian dictator Vladimir Putin and make a speech implying that banning e-cigarettes.
There you go. That plane was shot down over Ukraine. Look where we are now. Russia's at war with Ukraine.
And that wasn't the only plane that was shot down.
No, that was the plane that there's absolute outroar, because it was. It's very like close to home, because obviously we're in my part of the world. There was two guys on there who were Newcastle United supporters. I think they were actually flying out to a match, if I remember correctly, and they were killed on the plane when it got shot down. It was a big news up in my part of the world, because there was two guys there who were football fans who were killed in it.
My mother had a friend of hers on Malaysian Air Flight 380 that went down. I think it was 380 was the one that went down.
Yeah.
Regardless, she had one on the one that went down that they lost in the ocean. Remember, Australia sent out their entire fleet of Navy ships and they couldn't find anything. That's because it didn't go that way. It went to Europe and it got shot down.
Because that's what they said. They thought the plane had been hijacked because it was way off course, wasn't it?
Yes. And just so happened that the United States military was having Navy operations in the part of the air, and there was an AWAC flying overhead, which is, for those of you in the military know, that's the radar plane for the military that keeps track of everything in places that don't have radar installations that they can access. They know exactly what would happen there.
Of course they knew. Of course they knew.
Far more important use of her time. Just as shocking, the WHO and current Director General Tedros Ghebreyesus met with Russian Deputy Health Minister Oleg Salagay on the 29th of March to discuss Russia's work to advance maternal and child health.
Russia is guilty of a war crime after a maternity and children's...
Okay,
that's who you want in charge of maternal health?
The war crimes that they've done was unbelievable. Holy shit.
Hospital was bombed in the besieged southern city of Mariupol.
Considering that Russia has been bombing hospitals and maternity units in Ukraine while stealing children from their parents, the head of WHO praising Russia for its child-friendly health policies is beyond parody.
That's the world we live in, folks. If this isn't the true definition of 1984, I don't know what is.
Unbelievable, man, honestly.
A WHO meeting in November this year is being set up to treat vaping and other reduced risk products the same as lethal combustible.
Tell me how vaping is the same as that.
No. Not by a long shot.
Tobacco, on the basis of junk science and misinformation. So, a global health organization that wants to control the flow of information via censorship, yet supports some of the worst governments in the world, all the while peddling policies contrary to public health. Can they really be trusted?
We know the answer to that. No way in hell can they be trusted.
Do you know how to get into the old do you know how to get into the old World Health Organization? You know how to like get them to like blow your trumpet for you? Do you know how you actually do that? The WHO to blow your trumpet. You just fan lots of, this stuff. Yes. WHO, can I interest you in there?
There it is right there.
Unbelievable.
There's the money. And for those of you that think that that's too complicated to try and follow, let me bring up a neater chart for you. I just happened to catch this one. You want to follow the money? There's the money. With Bloomberg and Bill Gates right at the very top of the pile.
Yep.
In all of their nonprofit corporations that they have to try and do good as philanthropists, spreading the money, influencing the World Bank, influencing Johns Hopkins, which is now called the Bloomberg School of Public Health, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, which you think is a public health organization of the government, is nothing more than a frickin' campaign, a marketing campaign to push ideology. Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids is nothing but a portal to route money to everybody that agrees with their prohibitionist stance. The Union, Vital Strategies, and all the tobacco control people out there are getting money through this chain.
And look who's in it. WHO Tobacco Free Initiative. They're sitting right
Exactly. Exactly. And now here we have coming in Panama, the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, COP10, where they're going to literally try to do away with open tank vaping systems. And they're going to try and redefine anything that creates a cloud from a heated process smoke. Because they don't have control technically over vaping. Unless they redefine any aerosol cloud as smoke. So technically you could be cooking dinner and your pot is not going to be releasing smoke. It's not steam, it's smoke.
Smoke, yeah. Yo, pan smoking. Woo! Wow.
That's the world we live in, folks. And that's the news.
And that's what we
on
think.
The way it is.
You.
You get an F minus in my book.
You get an F minus in my book.
Unbelievable.
Anti-vaping propaganda is brain poison. Yeah, it really is.
It sure is.
Vaping is better than smoking.
So, okay,
and that's a fact, Jack.
There's a point there that, where's my arrow gone? I'm on the other screen. There you go. Mallory Yates. All right. So, what about your breath? When it's cold, you go, that would be
yeah, but it's not created from a heated process. Unless they want to define body temperature as a heated process.
Body heat, that's what I'm saying. Body heat. I'm heating my breath. There's that smoke now.
But anything on your stove in the kitchen is going to be called smoke now. You boil a pot of water to make some tea. You're not making tea, you're making smoke. When that kettle gets hot enough to whistle, it's making smoke.
Not water vapor, smoke. Holy fuck, man.
Well, if you're sitting on a heated pad, I guess your fart would be considered smoking.
Oh my god. No, that's classed as a climate fucking disaster, that, because they blame cattle for farting and shitting all over. So there's plenty more humans on this planet what there is fucking cattle. Just
technically, yes. But so what?
You know what I mean? That's why the ozone layer is fucked. All the millions of humans are farting all the time and fucking it up. Come on. Jesus Christ. Is that why dinosaurs died out, did they? Because they farted and shit all over the planet and they fucked it up, didn't they? Fuck's sake, man. fucking people want to get a fucking grip. Really do. I mean, do you think how far they're going to push? I mean, how far and how low are they going to push this? Like, you know what I mean? It just makes you wonder. You know what I mean,
it's all about money. How much money can we keep sucking in?
It's, well, there's that. Like, there's a suitcases full of money getting thrown about all over the shop, isn't there?
Constantly being thrown around. And the government is depending on this tax revenue. They're not ready to give that up.
No. It's like I said, I've always said, so all of a sudden, tomorrow, tobacco went, gone. All that gone. Government's kind of think, right, what we're going to tax next?
No, how many governments are going to go bankrupt before they actually start collecting some different tax?
Exactly.
Because all the bonds that they took out on this master settlement agreement money and all the tax money that they're collecting currently on tobacco sales isn't going to where it was supposed to go. So now they're literally dependent on smokers paying that tax to keep funding the government.
It's the same with the UK government. You know, they say they want to be smoke-free by blah, blah, blah. But they're going to have they're going to have something in line to replace the money they're losing, because they're still making millions off taxes on cigarettes. Their kind of goal to try to discourage from cigarettes is keep putting the price of this packet of cigarettes up and up and up and up and up. But most of that is tax. It's not the actual cost of the cigarette. It's tax. And they're making a killing out of it. Mm-hmm.
That's all it is tax money.
So for them to say, right, we're going to stop that, where they're going to recuperate that money from?
And then you have the answer to why our entire life cannabis has been stigmatized worse than smoking. Matter of fact, you know, they literally took and tied judges' hands and said there's mandatory minimum sentencing requirements. If you're caught with pot or you're caught with, you know, drugs, your mandatory sentence, 10, 15, 20 years. Have a nice day. You can kill somebody with your car and get less of a sentence than somebody that gets caught for having a pill bottle full of drugs in their car.
It's like I said, it's one of the longest sentences you can serve in the UK, right, for a crime is bank robbery. They still lock them up for a long, long time for robbing a bank, because you're stealing from Her Majesty, you know what I mean, or His Majesty. But any other thing that you would consider more serious a crime, you get less time for it. Makes sense, man. Thank you very much, Vaping Bik. You are a star.
And because we love to make sure that people get into this sphere and actually do some good, I want you guys that are watching right now to go over and give this guy a sub. Give him a sub. Man deserves it. It's not easy getting into vaping advocacy, because as soon as you do and the algorithm catches a hold of what you're doing, all your stuff gets squashed.
Oh, yes.
So give the man a follow. Steve helped me out when I first got started. Asked his followers to do that, and I'm going to return the favor, and I'm going to pass it on. This guy just getting started. Give him a follow.
I think we should do it with everybody. You know, we're still a community.
Everybody deserves it.
Exactly. Promote it. Get it out there. That's one of the ways of getting it out there. You know, more people do this, more these governments.
This isn't a competition. I'm not out there competing against Kenny or Vaping Bik or any of these other people, or even Grim Green.
Nope.
We're all one big team fighting the good fight to save people's lives.
That's what it boils down to at the end of the day. You know, people might think, oh, well, a review is the review and the review product. Yeah, we're reviewing products, but people, I mean, I get it. We're probably 80-90% of the time, we're probably catering for hobbyists who are already vaping, but there's still little snippets there for people they were quitting smoking. Pod starter kits, all that stuff. We're still promoting that, without a doubt. That's the aim of the game. Get people off the stinkies.
Yes. Because the quicker they transition to vaping from smoking, the better chance you have of saving their life.
I mean, reviews, like I say, for the hobbyists, but again, the information's out there for somebody who's saying, right, I've been on a pod, or I've been on a disposable, or I've done this. I fancy having to go to, more powerful vape device. They're going to click on any number of people out there.
And we all know that vaping is a journey. It isn't just you buy a disposable and that's all you ever use.
No.
You eventually go, well, this is great, but this cost me a shit ton. How can I do this and save money? Okay. Well, go buy yourself one of these then. You can fill it up with the juice, start saving money right away. And then you just replace the coil. And then when you've done that for a while, then it's like, well, how can I save even more money? Get into a rebuildable. You can change the coil. You don't need to buy a coil anymore. You can make your own e-liquid, and you can save money, not have to spend any, and save your life and still continue consuming what makes you feel better.
I mean, on the other side of the coin, if it works, like with the disposable, whatever, if it works for somebody to stop smoking, and then after they've stopped smoking, they stop vaping, that's even more happy.
That's even better.
It's done its job. It's done its job. I think the progression is if you turn it into a hobby. That's kind of where we're getting at. But if it does the job for you, whether you use disposable, whatever, and it gets you up the cigarettes, and then you suddenly decide to quit everything, job done.
Well, it's like some people complain about, we got all these dual users. We got these dual users. I'm like, hooray! That's a great thing. Because the longer they're going to be a vapor and a dual user, the less they're going to continue to smoke, because they're going to realize this tastes better. And why am I going to keep buying cigarettes when I can do this for peanuts?
Yeah. We were all dual users when we were starting to quit. I still spoke when I was vaping. When I was starting to quit, it was part of the transferring from cigarettes to vaping. You were doing a bit.
I'm a minority. To keep I didn't dual use. We set ourselves a cutoff date, and when we left for camp on Friday, we didn't take any cigarettes with us. We threw them away.
Yeah, when I first tried, I was a dual user, very first time, because when I first tried, the devices then, they were fucking disgusting. They were horrible. You know what I mean? And then I kind of went back on the cigarettes, and then I went, I'm going to get another bash, and then I did like, just is right, that's it, last cigarette, vape, and that's all I've done ever since, thankfully.
Fantastic.
I was a dual when I first tried. When I first tried, I was a dual because I couldn't get away with the vape. I was coughing more vaping when I was smoking.
Well, of course, because when you're breathing in, and that's something else that somebody else was talking about, how if you quit smoking with vaping, your lungs actually heal faster than if you quit cold turkey.
Yeah.
And it makes sense from a fundamental science perspective. You're breathing in vegetable glycerin, which is a humectant. You're also breathing in propylene glycol, which is antimicrobial, antiviral, antibacterial. So you're cleaning your lungs, and you're going to stop getting sick. You're going to stop getting the flu every freaking time the wind changes. Anytime Mother Nature farts, I used to get sick. Not anymore.
Mm-hmm. I've never had a flu for a long time. A really bad. I've had a little sniffle, but I've never had a really bad, what we call man flu, for a long, long time.
COVID. That's what I got. And in what, 3 days? It was supposed to be horrible for you, right? It's supposed to kill you. 3 days, I was back to doing what I was doing before.
Yeah, not when you're vaping. And I said a lot of people who vaped didn't really get it or got it very mildly. So there you go. And there's living proof.
Best thing I did, I don't remember exactly who it was. I think it might have been Red Vapes and Advocates. Says, whatever you do, don't cut your nicotine down. If anything, move up your nic.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, fine. I got a bottle of 6 here. I'll fill my tank up with the 6. That was the best thing I did, because within 24 hours, that COVID stuff was just about gone.
Brilliant, man. And that's living proof. That's a scientific fucking experiment that worked for you? Because you were
Yeah,
loving
but
it,
I'm
weren't
just
you? You wrote it down.
anecdotal. I'm just anecdotal. Didn't matter that I recorded it and uploaded it to YouTube every week. I'm just an anecdotal blip on the radar.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, yeah, I get that.
It's bullshit, though. There's 82 million of us that can all document our experience if you really wanted to know. Some scientist out there someday is going to compare the number of vapors that got sick with COVID with the number of smokers that got sick with the number of non-smokers that got sick.
I think we're kind of doing stuff like that as it was ongoing as well. I'm sure they're doing like little tests like that. Bloody fly.
Yep. And there was a couple studies that I was trying to follow, and then they just disappeared. The study itself just disappeared. Like somebody classified it or something.
Probably the case. Normally the case, isn't it? Right? Don't know. Push hush on that. Well, if you vape, you'll not get COVID. No, don't publish that fucker. No. Don't be doing that, you silly buffoon. We need to make some money with. We need to make money with giving them drugs. Don't do that.
Yep. All right, sir. Are we going to do a random recipe or are we going to do a retro vape?
I fancy a retro vape. I'm in the mood to see what you've got.
Sounds good. Kenny's right. We need longer bumpers. All right. So, up for your edification today, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, was the Proto RTA. And now I need to clear this all off. Put this together later. Here is the Proto RTA. Nice.
Sorry. You need to make longer bumpers.
That's exactly what I said when I come back.
Right, what one we're looking at there? Oh.
We're looking at the Proto RTA.
The Proto. That looks very tall.
Sub-Ohm Industries. And I gotta be careful so I don't show you any URLs. But this is a prototype. All stainless steel.
I've just realised you've gone for the English gentry look today with your flat cap on.
I did. And I'm still waiting for some tape to come over here because this light isn't bright enough.
3 friggin' juice flow chair fill ports. Jesus. Don't see that every day. Size of them?
Well, they're pretty small.
But like I say, you're never ever gonna get like an airlock, with all them holes. You know what I mean?
No, but you can't get your tip to fit down in there.
That's probably why there's 3. You get an overflow flows in the other one.
The Proto, made in China, designed in California. That looks like brass. Chrome-plated brass.
That's odd. Normally gold-plated, aren't they?
Look at that.
Holy fuck. That's a fucking old school fucking flat deck, isn't it? Jesus. That is a postless deck if you've ever saw one.
That is as postless as you can get.
Fucking shower.
I got a Steam Crave look about it.
Yeah, well, you.
It's like a beauty ring.
Yeah.
So you build it without the beauty ring on.
Obviously, tap that up, gives you access to your screws.
Where's the juice well?
Well, this is the thing. Is it not like a reservoir type thing as well? I don't know. Like, how would you wick that if there's nothing to drop them in?
I'm gonna have to lube this up. This is tight. Pull that off for the airflow. But you see the holes. That's where the juice comes down. Comes down over here and over here. So it literally drops on the top of your wicks.
So what do you do? Just put
And the
them through
wicks
just
have
leave
to
them
stop at the
dangling?
deck. And you got to make damn sure that you don't short out this deck.
I'm curious.
And then airflow comes in from the side. What else is included in there? They give you a set of coils. And looks like that they're already cut to the right length. That's awesome. All right. Spare grub screws. Spare O-rings. Give you 2 Allen keys.
Yeah, it's pretty much.
Think that was a mistake.
Ah, I'm just checking out how to wick it. It's that's gonna be the easiest fucking thing you've ever wicked in your fucking life, man. He's the guy that's you're kind of wicking it like a rebuildable mesh. He's cut it level, like you said, with the deck, and then he's like pushed it back over. He's like back combed it over the coil.
Where's my
Because that basically the juice just drops on it, apparently.
That's too big.
That's going to be so strange.
1.3 millimeters. Yep.
That's going to be so strange to vape, that I'm telling you now. That's going to be so weird. Because that's... It's going to be kind of like gravity fed, isn't it? When you think about it. But it's just dropping on top of a wick.
I'm gonna have to order another set of these one of these days.
Odd setup. You can pretty much drop them down as close as you can to that deck, because it's not going to matter, is it? You don't have to worry about height as such. Know what I mean?
Yeah. That's why they're pre-cut. I should measure them though. If I ever go to replace these, it'd be nice to know what these should be set at. What are we cutting them at?
I wonder what they're cutting them at.
Right there. 4.5.
4.5 mil-ish. Or maybe 5, huh?
5.
Closer to 5. Closer to 5,
Yep.
isn't it?
They're 5 millimeters.
Holy moly.
Dusty Country Road, hello and welcome to the stream. Space Turtle 1, hello and welcome.
Bloody hell. Nice of you to join us, Dusty. Where you been? You're normally in first.
We have the Proto RTA today.
Mallory Gates has said it might leak like a bitch.
Well, this is one situation you're not going to be thinning the wicks on the ends because the wicks are what's keeping the liquid from flooding the deck. Coil placement is going to be very particular.
Wow. Judging by what I've just watched, I just can't. I don't know. I'm a bit iffy on this one. Like,
Nice and tight.
righty tighty, loosey lefty. You pretty much just got to place them roughly in the center of the deck by the looks of it, and pray.
Let me straighten this out. Okay.
Yeah, gravity fed. Oh,
They look beautiful.
that's an interesting one, Ian.
0.48.
Yeah, the delicious beer called from a Gaelic sea far, far away. It's a delicious barrel-aged stout. A barrel-aged stout. Oh. Interesting. Interesting. I'm intrigued how it's going to work. Like I said, everything's just dropping down and...
Hey, you can see my face. I'm going to have to automate
oh, you're
that.
there.
I have a light. You can remote control it. All right, so, well, that's in there.
You're not into the cinematic look, are you?
I hate those looks.
The moody cinematic look that...
No, I don't have a problem with, adding appropriate lighting so you have the 3 points constantly, but I think it's overvalued.
I mean, I've got me key light, I've got me little highlighter, and I'm alright. I don't know. I haven't had my hairline light up here just because it's too much of a fuck on to set up. Time to place a tune on them cars, my friend. Do 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 do. What we play the day? Blue suede shoes. Do 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 do.
It's not happy.
Why is it not playing ball? I'm doing a bit of a tighty on a leg, perhaps. Or is it too low to fire? Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's 0.48. The resistance is high, so it's gonna take a chunk of power to actually get this to glow.
You want to get them glowing, I suppose. I mean, it will drop a bit once you get them glowing anyway.
Phew.
Fuck me, that was like a bolt of lightning through the middle of that one. Then with a fucking hotspot. Jesus. What's them coils? They're the fuse, the Claptons, are they?
They're just Clapton coils.
Yeah.
They've got a lot of mass to them, and there's still some hot spots in there. And across here. There you go.
I want you to strum them coils like you're playing something out of Nirvana.
Plenty of heat in there, my friend.
Mm. Damn.
I'm going to save the second one for after our mixing.
Oh,
that's
look.
a lot of heat. Still. You finish off 2 bottles. You lush. You are such a lush.
What can I say?
I'm going to have to set this aside. Forget it. We're jumping to the next one.
Is it still last? It was still hot, like?
Yeah. I can still feel the heat coming off of that. Just Clapton wires.
Fucking hell, what they made of, like fucking electrical copper wire or something. Jesus, holding that much heat in.
I'm guessing by the color that that's Canthol.
Possibly.
I'll find out when I taste it.
I've seen that. Imagine with the age of it, it'll be Canthol. If it's an older, if it's what was it? The Protons. Let's have a see what year that was out. Yeah.
The Proto RTA.
Proto RTA.
Supposed to be a big warning of extreme clouds and intense flavor.
You're looking at
not with those coils. I don't think it's going to be.
You're looking at 2016. That's when that was around. That's old school. 2016 technology. So I can guarantee them coils will be Canthol.
William Dobson, hello and welcome.
Oh, William Hart.
All right. So while that's still cooling, I'm going to take a look at Cloud 571 RDA. That does not look like a dripper.
No.
Still sealed.
You ever thought about opening a vape museum? The shit you've got boxed up that's still sealed. Holy fuck. That's not.
I have a laundry hamper full of stuff.
Is it not an RDT? Not an RDA? It's definitely not an RDA, is it?
Michael Redfern, hello and welcome to the stream.
How you doing, Michael? Glad you could join us, buddy. I think people now that we get on forever, so they just pop in later on when they've had that tea and shit, you know.
Nothing wrong with that.
Exactly.
What the hell is this? This spiral cutout.
Holy moly. That juice? I wonder if it is an RDT. What the fuck? That's so odd.
It's a dripper.
Cloud 571 RDE. I wonder what fucking look at that like.
What the fuck is this turbine in the bottom?
Cloud 571, wasn't it?
This needs an air-fed 510 pin.
It's looking that way, isn't it?
There's a turbine in the bottom. The air comes up. The air comes up. This is, I don't understand. This is all gimmick. Because that turbine right there turns and spins while you're inhaling air from a 510 pin that's air fed. Do I even have one here that is?
It's gotta be a bzzz. Kind of like a buzzer, isn't it? Bzzz, bzzz. Gotta sound like a strimmer. Just trying to see this fella. He's building his hand coils for it. What the fuck? Yep, he's doing his coils for it. He's
round wire.
Coils in it. Yeah, he's dropped his coils, round wire coils in it. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4 post deck.
I didn't even tear into it yet.
Right, oh, where's your fucking wick? Okay. Just blowing that in.
As this spins, it's going to interrupt that airflow.
Oh, he's wicked it. Now he's dripping on it. How the fuck is that gonna work?
This just pulls out.
That tank doesn't take any fucking juice.
It's a dripper.
It's a dripper. It doesn't take any juice. You drip in it and it drops down onto your wick. So you don't fill that tank up at all.
And there's no O-rings on the bottom.
Well, there's a fucking point in having a glass tank on there. That spiral.
Is the glass tank going to come off?
You must drip in that spiral, and that spiral must take it down to the wicks, I would imagine.
It does. Look at the top of this. See the holes?
You
drip it in there, and it comes down these holes
onto your wick. That is the oddest fucking drip I've ever seen in my fucking life.
And then when you inhale, it comes up the same holes. What the fuck?
Where on earth did you fit this?
E-Cig Mafia had it on clearance.
It's like your old fucking doodah deck, isn't it? What do they call them again? Oh, I've lost my fucking... It's gone.
This is going to be fun to wick. And get these coils in there.
Oh man, what was that fucking deck called? The old deck that we used to use
Velocity.
ages ago. It's Velocity, that's what it looks like. I hate it when I can't remember stuff and I have brain farts. Especially when the alcohol's involved.
Well, that's like, we can't zoom in today because I can't remember what the hell the name of the program was I was using to zoom in on stuff.
Oh.
So now I got to go back to the link that I have for Microsoft's website so I can learn what the hell the name of the program is. And then I'm going to put it into OBS, so when I start OBS, it automatically runs that program.
Hey, Thomas is thinking that it may be good for flavor. Maybe. Now that I understand it, obviously when you first look at it, you were thinking, what the fuck? But now, like, you know, you don't put anything in that tank, you drip down that tank, so it's different.
Tiny round wire coil.
Well, God, what was it? Fuck. When was this roughly out? What date are we talking here? Where's the date on here? It's 7 years old, so what's that? What one now? 23, 20...
16?
16? You're talking 16 technology again.
2.5 millimeter round wire coil.
2.5s, wow. So 2016 dripper style. Sit them right over the top of them two holes and you'll be fucking sand, mate. Remember when you're doing them coils, just be...
You're really starting to fucking irritate me.
Right. I know what your answer would be to that.
Fuck you.
All right.
You got a lot of soundboards, haven't you? I just think it's so cool because that's actually built into the Rode app. You can just drag your own shit in, and that Rode app runs them. It's so cool. I was like, yeah, I like that.
You don't even need OBS.
It's free. I hated that bit. Now you've got that coil and you've got to get the other one. You've got to get that little leg right in the middle. Yeah, it was a twat to get off, wasn't it?
Well, I cut it. I pre-cut it. I took the leads that I cut off of it, and I cut that off of the center lead that goes there.
I mean, I can see the thing, but years ago you didn't even think of that. You just went, put it through. Well, I'll just bend that out and cut. Oh, shit, I've cut the other leg off the other coil. Damn it. Wrong wire. It's like that bomb diffuser. Do I cut the green wire or the blue wire? Oh, I've cut the fucking wire. Hilarious, man.
Now I need to make sure that that wire is just barely sticking out.
Did you know when you were talking about rough areas before, like how you lived in rough areas and all that shit?
Yeah.
I broke down in my car once in a rough area. I had a puncture. So I do what you normally do. Open the boot. I don't know what do you call it in America? It's not the boot. It's the hood. The hood's the bonnet. What's the boot? The trunk. You call it the trunk. So I open the trunk. Got the spare wheel out and the jack out, and I'm proceeding to change this wheel when this arsehole started just jumped in my car and started like take me stereo out. And I'm like, whoa, what you doing? You know what he said? He said, well, if you're pinching the wheels, mate, I'm having the stereo. Wow. You know what I've been
Reminds me of an
watching
episode of Chips.
Yeah.
Did you watch Chips when you were growing up?
Chips, well, yeah, Poncho, he was class.
Punch and John.
Yeah. Yeah.
It reminds me of an episode when they had the surfboarders. The ones were in the van and they were getting their radios stolen. And they thought it was the other surfboarders that did it.
That's right, yeah, they're doing a big fire. I vaguely remember that one, yeah. Chips, man. California Highway something patrol, wasn't it?
State Patrol. All right. Theoretically,
I've been watching a lot of lately. I've been watching a lot of Robin Williams videos. I mean, that man was a comical genius, honestly. Such a sad.
Oh,
ending.
yeah.
He was so funny.
Mrs. Doubtfire.
Oh, even some of his other
How
stuff,
about
Dead Ports of
Good Morning, Vietnam?
Yeah, and even some of his more serious stuff, Dead Poets Society and all that stuff. And
Yeah, Dead Poets Society was a really good one. What was the one where he was the doctor? Was going to med school?
Oh, I can't think of it. There was another one that was a creepy one. It was called One Photo or something, where he was taking photos of somebody's house or something, and their kids and all that shit. That was a bit creepy, that one. That was dark.
0.35.
Wow, what a guy. Just such a sad ending. You would never have known it, would you? Never have known it. He was suffering from depression. Would never have known it.
Well, if you think about it, I mean, people that are very humorous, typically, and comedians especially, are typically depressed people or have had really shitty lives. And they use humor to deal with their life.
Well, he did go through the normal phases when he hit fame after Mork and Mindy. He went through drink problems and drug abuse and all that shit. Like mostly when they hit fame, they think, yes, party time. And then they go, that's not good. I like the sketch he done. I think it was when he was doing his live at the Met stand-up, when he's talking about the Scotch invented golf. No, we're gonna put the hole 200 yards away.
I never really got a chance to watch much of his actual stand-up stuff.
Oh, he's fantastic stand-up. He's 90 mile an hour, man. Honestly, he doesn't stop. But he never did he?
Nothing like George Carlin, though. I'd have to say George Carlin's probably my favorite comedian.
I used to like Richard Pryor. I thought he was so hilarious.
Oh, yeah, he was really good, too.
His stand-up was good, and obviously when he teamed up with Gene Wilder and done some of them movies, like, they were class. They don't make them like that anymore, matey. I'm afraid they don't make them like that anymore.
No. The world is radical enough. They don't need a comedian to point out the obvious. Every day you walk out the door, you shake your head and go, what the fuck?
I watched an old classic that I watched years ago. I mean, I don't even know how they're still getting away with broadcasting some of them, like, but there was a little bit of racism like in it. It was Blazing Saddles. They were still playing that on the old movie channel. Christ almighty, how are they still allowing that? The sheriffs are buying. Funny is out.
You want to have cotton you waste trying to wick these things. And that wick is probably still too big.
Oh, you're way off. You want to cut it the edge of the deck. You want to be, what I've seen, you want to be like the edge of the deck. And then when you comb it back over the coil. A bit like when you're doing a mesh. You know, like when you're doing mesh and you just comb it back over.
Comb over the coil?
Yeah, go back comb it. Fluff it up and go back. So the literally your cotton's like literally
The
standing
troll
up.
doll method.
Yeah.
You pull up the troll
Comb it
doll.
back. Yeah, comb it back like that. That's it. That's how the guy was doing it. Take it back. And that's where your shit's going to drip on it.
That was one I tried to get a hold of. Nick Grim Green made a the Troll V2 or whatever.
Yeah.
I wanted to get my hands on that. I got on the website. I went to place the order, and everything was good until I went to process the payment, and then all of a sudden it said, "Sorry, we've all out of them." I'm like, you motherfucker.
The troll.
It was the Troll V2 or something.
Yeah. That's where the guy who was doing it. I just had a quick look, and that's how he's kind of doing it. Just comb it back away, so it's up in the air.
Just make sure that the airflow opening is open wide enough.
Yeah, that's it. You're kind of right in the right ballpark there, mate.
Well, it looks beautiful. Could have pulled it out a little bit more, but that's all right. Now we got this goofy thing.
It is such a very odd. I've never seen nothing like that. What's a very oddball setup? Yeah, juice them up, matey. Juice them up, and you're ready to go. Pretty much. What do you do? Get some batteries. Charge it. I need two for that.
Okay. So now when I drip on it with this, as long as I line up these openings with the wick,
You should be okay to go. Would you think it would do that anyway when you lock it on? Holy fuck. What a difference new batteries make when you get on a dripper. Jesus. Woo-hoo. That's suddenly got a bit hot.
I'm going to put it on your favorite since you were just talking about it.
I don't know. I felt it got loads of voltage drop. Which can be expected. You know, it's obviously just a magnetic connection, isn't it? It looks cool on there, like, I'll give you that, like.
Airflow is smooth.
If it's a dripper, the flavor's got to be there, hasn't it?
It is.
Yeah. I just find it an odd way of doing it. That's all. It's just a very odd way of dripping something.
I want to see if I can do this. I'll have that one secured.
I suppose the glass is to see how saturated your wicks are, and that I think that is a good thing, without a doubt. That's probably the why the glass is there, isn't it? So you can see your wicks are saturated. Oh, there's lots of bubbles.
You see the fan spinning on the bottom?
Yeah. You think it would work without the fan?
Well, I'm sure it would.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of gimmicky, the fan that's on this.
kicking out plenty of vaping now, like, so. You can probably see it actually moistening your wicks, can't you? That's the gimmicky thing. In the tank, you can see your wicks are getting saturated, can't you? You can probably tell when. To be quite honest, it's quite clever because it's took the guesswork out of when you're dripping. Because obviously, if you can see your wicks, when they're gone white, you know they're gone dry. So, you know, it's kind of clever the way they've done it when you think about it.
And considering this is just plain round wire, the flavor's not actually that bad on it. For 2016?
It's banging, man, for 2016. It looks good. Now, if you put some nice colours in there, like some NI80s or something, I bet that'd be mint.
Oh, the flavor would be way better.
Yeah.
Than those little tiny things. But you know what? For just being plain round wire that was supplied with your dripper.
So see with this with your average dripper, you can't see how dry your wick. You just go in and you can feel it's going dry. But with that,
you can start getting that dry hit.
With that, you can see your wicks, and you know when they start to go white, you know they're drying out, so you know when to drip. So that's the clever thing about it. That's kind of cool. That like
up to 40 watts. See if we get a little heat. Starting to get some heat, but the flavor is starting to drop.
Yeah, it kind of did with Canthal. Canthal wasn't really made for hot, real running high temperatures, was it really, when you think about it?
And it is Canthal. You can get that slight taste of it.
Especially when you run it hot.
It's only 45 watts, but
yeah.
On a 0.4? It works. It's kind of gimmicky, but it works.
But what?
Imagine the Pave Mom seeing this thing with a little freaking turbine in there. Their heads would spin as fast as the turbine in this thing.
God, what the fuck? Oh, 0.4.
But this is perfect, though. That is a wonderful solution. Putting the glass to separate the top piece from the bottom means when this bottom heats up a little, well, guess what? It's isolated from the top. The top is still cold. The bottom of this is getting warm.
It's quite a clever design when you it was odd when you look at it, but now you can see it and running it.
And I tell you, that turbine isn't there just for gimmicks. It's forcing the cool air coming in from the bottom of your coils
straight up
to surface, to make contact with all the surface of the deck that is absorbing all that heat. You can feel the center of this is warm.
Yeah.
But the chuff cap, for being stainless steel, no heat whatsoever. Still room temperature.
That's so cool.
That is so neat.
It's clever, isn't it? Clever.
Holy shit.
You'll have to try it with some modern coils, you know, where you can put a bit of shit through it, you know what I mean?
I'm wondering if I have another one of these I could send you.
Be interesting.
You can try this thing out. That is so funky.
It's different, isn't it?
The design is completely different than anything else I've ever had. Dripper wise, it's, you know, you got a chuff cap, you got a deck for your coils. That's it. You drip on the coils, you vape.
Just like that. That's all that is. It's a dripper. Well,
yeah.
There you are. It's just standard dripper. That's it. When you looked at it, it was odd. You look and you're like kind of scratching your head when you're like thinking, how's this gonna work? But now you see.
But the airflow on this is just as smooth as any honeycomb tank that we have out today.
Yeah. That's for what?
I can't believe that.
2016. That's 2016 technology. Wow.
2016 technology.
But there you go, Ian. You were right. The flavour of it is banging, even with old coils in.
With round wire. I never thought I was going to get that kind of flavor from round wire.
Ah.
That's just wild.
Yeah, just touching on what was said there, like Ian made a nice comment there. He's kind of said, he sees, I feel if some, if not all, the best musician comics who are personally troubled and their creativity comes from that struggle, and that's how they pour so much passion into their performance. Yeah, totally get it.
Oh, yeah.
But the weirdest one of all for us, right, was he was a professional footballer at first, then he was manager for Wales. Was a guy called Gary Speed. He played for me local team, Newcastle, and he was what they would call a gentleman in the field. You know, he was an absolute gent when it came to football, and he became the manager of Wales when he retired from football. And out of the blue, the guy hung himself, you know, and you're thinking, what the fuck happened there? Because he had a successful football playing career. He was pretty successful as the Wales manager, and then just out of the blue, gone. And you're like, wow. What the hell happened there? That's going to be a similar thing, isn't it? You've got to comb them back up, haven't you? Very odd. Excuse me, I need the little boy's room badly.
I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to get this thing to work, because that was literally the tip of the shoelace there. But that seems to have come out pretty nicely. All right. That drops in there. Give it a haircut.
Sorry about that. When you gotta go, you gotta go. Mallory Gates looks like she's just dropped another recipe in there. If I can find me, there you go. Just made this weird. Made it is weird in a good way. This flavour changes and super simple but tasty. There you go. Mallory's dropped another recipe down. Like I say, Ian, yeah, like I do agree with that, Ian. That Chester guy from Linkin Park. You had Kurt Cobain from Nirvana. You know, a lot of them just. I think sometimes when people get fame, they can't deal with fame. I think that's a big issue as well. Because your life does change dramatically. You can't just nip down to your local Tesco's anymore, can you?
Well, it would help if I actually lube these O-rings up.
Really?
I'm not doing that until I get this.
What the hell's popping there? What's popping there? Yeah, it's the same thing, just pop them back up on themselves and see where you go, matey. Two very similar designs, aren't they, really, when you think about it, juice-wise?
Yeah.
Both drop onto the coil. Yeah. We'll give it a bit of a wiggle and a waggle and get her in.
That's locked in.
So now it's worked on the
tightened
RDA.
up nicely.
It's worked on the RDA. Will it work on that? That's the thing. It's the same kind of design, isn't it? So will it work in a tank like as well as it's worked in an RDA?
Let's see if I flood these coils out or not. Seems to be holding the juice.
Now you know why them O-rings are so fucking tight at the bottom. That's holding every shit in. Another very odd ball, isn't it? Very odd ball.
Very peculiar.
Yeah.
All right. She threaded down nicely.
It's so weird. Wow, man. I didn't believe that. Like, that's so weird. What resistance you got on it there? I've kind of missed that one.
0.49. If we drop the wattage down.
Wow.
Start like 30 watts. It's 3.8 volts.
Here we go. No gurgling or anything.
No, but those wicks are still pretty dry.
Yeah.
Not really getting much flavor out of it.
I think it could be an opposite of what you just had. You know, it could work brilliant in RDA, but it could feel miserably in a tank.
The air is right outside the coils. You can legit see the coils inside the airflow holes.
Yeah. What's the airflow like? Is it tight, restricted?
It's got some restriction to it. It's very smooth. It's not mouth to lung. I can hear the crackling of the coils. It's just very faint. It's about the same as this, the Arbiter Solo.
Yeah. As in airflow, yeah.
Airflow wise. $38 watts is starting to get some flavor.
No warm up a touch. What's your coils in there again? Let's just see what me do.
40 is too high. 0.49.
0.49. Where are you, little fuck? I'll just see what this comes out with for a laugh, eh? 0.49. Well, it's saying like 31.2 is probably your sweet spot. Your warmest is 36. I don't know. I think that'd be too cold, wouldn't it?
$31.5. I'm not getting any real flavor.
Nah.
When I ran into what, 36, 37?
Yeah. Bit better.
A bit better, but it's like you hit 40 watts and there's no flavor again.
It just dies off.
So I get it. Drippers are way better than tanks.
There's a lesson learned, boys and girls. Two products, same type of wicked system. One's brilliant, one's crap.
0.40, 0.49. 45 watts, plenty of airflow, plenty of flavor. This one, 37 watts. No flavor whatsoever.
Wow.
It's like vaping just vegetable glycerin.
Weird.
So we got one bomb and one banger. There's a banger.
I'm very, very surprised at that one. So fucking surprised at that. Because it looks so odd.
That's a bomb.
The bummer. Like, living proof, folks. RDAs all the way.
Pull the stainless steel drip tip out, throw a plastic 510 in there.
Definitely not going to get hot, is it? When you put that on.
It's crap. Doesn't matter what drip tip you use. The plastic one has a little reduced chamber. The opening inside smaller. So your flavor is a little more concentrated, but it's still hardly anything to speak of.
Nothing to write home about, no. It's a shame. It's a shame.
Jay Hayes would smash this to smithereens.
I mean, you know, I'll give them like fair dues for the innovation and trying something new. You know what I mean? You've got to do it, haven't you?
That I can't get over. The fucking turbine in the bottom, it's all fogged up now. But that spinny turbine in the bottom, and this dripping directly into there, so it falls on your wicks, and then the same channels are used for your airflow when you're breathing.
Turbo-powered vape, man. Turbo-powered vape. What can you
It
ask for?
works. That is just freaking unbelievable.
Turbo vape. Turbo. Wow, that's so cool. Yet it was the weirdest looking thing you've looked at, and yet it's come out to be an absolute flavour banger. How so? Wow. Cloud 571.
And you could have got it in multiple colors.
I like the stainless, to be honest with you. I've just got a thing about stainless, you know. With my engineering background, that's all I used to machine once upon a time, you know what I mean? So I've got a thing about it.
And they include the stainless sleeve if you want to get rid of the glass. Kind of defeats the purpose of it.
I would keep the glass because you can see it. You can see your wick.
Yeah.
See how dry they're getting or how undry they are. It's a brilliant idea.
All right. Put the baggies back in the right box. One had flathead or Phillips head screws, and the other one had Allen keys. But that's our retro vape for today. Unbelievable.
Well impressed, eh? It's nice to see you got one that was nice, that you enjoyed. That's the main thing.
That just...
You can't believe it, can you? 2016 style as well, mate. 2016. And it's sitting there toe-to-toe with modern day vapes. Wow.
It's a dripper, of course.
Exactly.
The tank, however...
That bad. It's a shame.
Going straight to the wash bin.
It was a shame because it was the same style of wick and it was the same wicking method. And yet it showed you it worked straight in a bottle and RDA, but not in a tank. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
And 37 watts in the arbiter ain't gonna cut it.
Oh no.
Need more power!
You need power!
Oh, delicious!
Thank God for the arbiter.
Yeah, you still like the Cider though, don't you? Come on, be honest.
Loads flavor above this dripper. And there's the Kylan.
I still can't find a bubble glass for this, mate. I've been looking all over. There's like Chinese shit that's going to take like 10 months to ship out, but there's not available here yet.
And it is better than the arbiter.
Told you. Told you.
Not the Arbiter V2, though. The Arbiter V2 has better flavor than the Kylan. But it has even more reduction in airflow.
I think they're pretty level on par. There's it's not a mile apart, are they? They're not really.
If you closed your eyes and put the same drip tip on both of them, very, very few people would be able to tell the difference. You're right.
It's not a mile apart. I see where you're coming from, but it's not a mile apart. It's not like night and day, is it?
But if you were to force somebody to try it in the Arbiter, the Kylan V3, and the Arbiter 2, I bet you they'd nail it. A majority of them would nail it. But you'd have to do it side by side, one after the other.
No, but you're talking the AntiVaping Kylan, mate. It's got a track record. It's proved. It's been tested. It stands the test of time.
Oh, the Kylan M was fantastic.
Stood the
I
test
just
of
didn't
time.
like the fact that it was a finicky wish because it was mesh, and the fact that on the Kylan M, I never got more than 4 days out of it before I'd have to change the wick because the mesh would get a hot spot in it.
There you go. Ian Thomas, there you go. Have you tried the Blaze? Jewel.
Nope. I almost ordered it the last time, but we were already at like 160 bucks. I'm like, nope, wow, we reached our limit.
I've got that. I'm sure I've got that upstairs, the Blaze, and that is again pretty good RTA. Like
single or dual?
Dual. I've never bought. I'm not really a massive single coil user. I mean, I think the last thing tanks I've got single coil, I think is the coil is the Destiny, and vaping with Vic's fucking blah blah blah, whatever it was. I can't remember the name of it. Them's the only two single coil RDAs TAs I own. I've never been a fan of them.
I think Destiny had me discombobulated, if I remember it correctly.
It was better than the what the fuck was Vic's called again?
K? Does it start with a K? I have his.
What the fuck was it called again?
And I don't even know where the heck it's at right now.
Oh man. Kelpie. That's
Yes.
it, Kelpie. The Destiny was slightly better than the Kelpie, I thought.
Yes.
By shades. It wasn't massive, but it was better.
And that's why dual coils are better than single coils.
First and foremost, it was just easy to build on because the Kelpie was a bit of a
finicky.
twat. You know, if you didn't get it right, it was awful. But if you got it right, it was fabulous. And the same with the Destiny.
What was the other one?
Was kind of the same.
What was the other one? It was a mesh tank and the profile.
The profile.
The profile mesh. If you wick that thing properly and you had enough juice flow to keep up with the wicking, for the wicking to keep up with the vape production, man, was that thing powerful on flavor.
But on the other side
it was
of the
so
coin,
easy to get wrong. I did it half a dozen times before I finally got the wicking right. And I'm like, okay, now I finally get why everybody says this is so good on flavor.
But on the other side of the coin, on this Wasp Nano, that is a single coil. That's a single coil deck. And the flavor from this thing is fucking phenomenal, honestly. Because you've got like your top, I mean, my top cap's with Cider. We've got your normal top cap there, which has got like 3 eyelets either side. So you can just use this if you wanted to. Because you've got fucking hell, it's fucking pistol. I've just over drip. I don't know if it's just with it being black. I don't know if you can. But if I turn it, you might see the little 3 slots there. I turn the light.
Yeah.
You can have it like that, or you've got this airflow collar, and the airflow collar lets you just do whatever, and it's got like there, it's got like a honeycomb. Oh, hang on, well there, do you see that there? Sorry, with being black, but
yeah, and I love how it has, you know, round holes on the side and slots in the middle.
Yeah. And you can just put that. You simply slip that out of the top, and you can just adjust it however you want it.
Holy shit, is that easy to use?
It's fantastic. So you can have it. You can take that off and have the 3 slots either side wide open, or you can just drop that on over the top and do whichever way you want it.
Do you think it's better than the Mongrel?
Open. But even wide open, it's not a it's still got restriction. That, I mean, like I say, I've took that off there, but I'll give it a wipe. It's disgusting. Yeah, I've took it off. That's just a straight RDA, no collar on, and so fucking smooth, unbelievable.
And is it better than Deuce's Jack Mongrel?
Yes. I'm blown away by it, honestly. I don't even know why I never got one of these earlier. I'm absolutely the flavour of this thing for a single coil is phenomenal. It's better than some dual coils, and I'm saying that as a dual coil user. The flavour of
So
this
now I
thing
understand
is
why
out
some
this world.
people insist on using that to flavor test the recipes.
Oh, it's phenomenal. Honestly, I'm going to get you one of these. I'm going to send you one of these. Unbelievable.
Fantastic.
I'll check after the live stream, make sure there's some available, and I'll get one ordered and I'll put it aside for you. They're absolutely outstanding. And I'm very surprised, like I say, I'm an adamantly dual coil user, but I'm not even pumping much water through it either, you know what I mean? I'm fucking me, man, Jesus. It's like every other RD, if you over fucking drip, it will piss out, you know what I mean? But you know, all RDs like that, but and I'm terrible for over dripping. that's why sometimes
This one is almost impossible to over drip.
That's what I'm saying.
You see the wick. You can see that the wick is saturated. You can see when it's starting. That one over there, you can just barely tell it's starting to dry out in the middle of the wick.
Yeah, you can see them to just go white when they dry out, so you know they're dry.
Yeah, you can tell right in the middle of that wick, it's starting to dry out.
But this thing will definitely get you some sort of, even the vape production's, it's phenomenal for a single coil. Even the vape production is ridiculous.
All right, we've hit the 3-hour mark. I think it's time for us to do our random recipe.
Oh, yes. Come on, let's get the recipe on the go. But that's...
Alrighty, let's take a look at my flavor stash and have Sherlock Holmes come up with something for us to be able to make today.
Before you go on, sir, I'm just looking at the Wasp Nano. What colour would you like? I've seen a lovely pink one.
Go ahead, send me the pink one. I don't care what color it is. I don't care.
No,
how about a yellow to go with this lovely yellow? Or you could matchy to the purple one, because I have one of these in purple as well.
There's an actual gold one. There is a stainless one.
Who's good for that? Smock was good for those gold ones.
There's a blue, very nice blue looking one. There's it's like an aqua green, like a sea colored green.
Ooh,
There's
teal. I love those colors.
Yeah. And there's a lovely pink. So the choice
as long as it's not
yours,
rainbow.
Oh, is there? Oh shit! There isn't one down.
If it was rainbow, the wife would steal it.
I'll get you. Well, I'm not going to get you a pink. That's just taking the piss. I think what you got there that will go with the blue's quite a nice color. What would you put it on? What would you put it on?
Right there.
The black one. You would do fucking black, wouldn't you? When I haven't got a black one.
No, it's a blue
I'll tell you
one.
what it is.
It's blue. You can't tell. Let me show you the other view. See, that is blue.
Oh, the blue, this doesn't match with that. It's nowhere near it.
With the
I'll tell
Arc
you what
Fox.
it is. I'll do you a fucking stainless because that guards with anything, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Especially something like this.
Oh,
I love
there's a
this
black
mod
one.
because it's wireless charging.
Sorry,
so I can lay
it's
this on the charger, the wireless charger.
It's in there. You've got black, gold, silver, blue. That greeny one is cyan and pink. So I would say black or silver. Black goes with anything, doesn't it? Or silver goes with anything.
Either or.
I'll send you a black one because you've got loads of mods that can mix with that one.
This mod
There
goes
you
with
go.
anything.
Honestly,
The only thing that sucks about this mod is you can't lock the damn wattage in. You bump this thing and it changes your wattage. Why wouldn't they make it so that you could lock this? You can press the button in on the side. But that changes it from temperature control to bypass to wattage.
That's odd, isn't it? Yeah.
All right, all right.
Right, crack on. Oh, wait, we're sidetracking again. But
How about an Alaskan mojito? Look at that. That's a Rocky Tooney recipe. Alaskan berries, honeyberry, lime gummy candy, and mojito. I think we're going to go with that one. Move our stuff out of the way.
God.
So we have Alaskan berry.
Check it out.
Honeyberry. Lime gummy candy. And mojito.
Continue shipping. Oh shit, I saw. Right, continue.
Awesome.
Continue. None, blah blah blah.
Beautiful. Let's adapt this recipe. It's already set up for 30 mils. We'll leave it there.
Right. We'll
Save.
There. Both. That one there. And we'll go.
1.86.
Boom. Bang. Done. One Wasp Nano Pro ordered for Mr. Alex at AKA Hunky Vape. Done,
Fantastic. Thank you, sir.
sir. Not a problem, my friend.
All right.
Tell you what it is, man. That box you sent me. Jesus Christ, man. I'm only just running out of that cotton. Past is what? 8 months?
I'm going to have to mix you up another bottle of that King.
Ooh.
I can mix you 2 of them. Mm-hmm. All right. So there's our secret sauce.
I'll tell you what I was thinking. The King, a 4 custard banger or 3 custard banger. That was tremendous. And I'm going to have some of your punch. I'm going to have to check it out, mate. I'll need to check it out.
Hell yeah. I'd be happy to mix you up some.
To check it out what the crack is with it like.
And you want them all in a 3?
Yes, sir.
All right, good old Alaskan berries.
We're going to have to market this shit. If that's your individual flavor, we're going to have to get you out on the market there, mate. We're going to have to get you out there.
Alaskan berries. What the hell is that flavor?
Alaskan berries.
Raspberries. Holy crap. That tastes legit like fresh raspberries.
Raspberries. Alaskan. Odd. Alaska's full of ice.
It is odd because it's not like Alaskan. It's like...
No, Alaska's like cold ice, snow, shit.
You know when you buy those little pints of raspberries, and you know how when you look at them and they're fresh raspberries, how they have those little hairs on them and everything, and you eat them in your mouth, it's like you just picked them off the bush?
Yeah, man.
That's exactly what this tastes like. 0.45.
There you go. Mallory Gates. If you don't succeed, then skydiving's not for you. Which is a very fair comment, I would say, would you?
Very much so. There you go. Let me change the camera angle so you can see the scale. All right. Honeyberry.
Yeah. Yeah, William
Dobbs our next flavor.
William Dobbs was saying there before, it makes the mongrel look like it's out of the Stone Age for this RDA. I'm telling you, this is going to blow you away this like. I can't wait for you to have a go of it. In fact, it might be your flavor tester device for your single testing. I'll put it there.
Might displace the drop.
Yep. Well, not really, because like obviously when you're flavor testing, you want a dual coil and a single coil to see how they compare.
It's not honeydew. It's not cantaloupe.
Okay, now.
Is it a honey pear? A honeydew and a pear put together? My hot female doctor said I was sweet. Her exact words were severely diabetic. But I know what she meant anyway.
I love it when Mallory's on. I love it when Mallory's on form. Absolutely class.
She keeps us in line, mate.
I think she's doing AI myself. Like.
All right. Next flavor up, lime gummy candy.
I'm sorry for the distractions, but she's on fire.
Fuck.
There you go. There's a one for you.
My wife said I was a sex machine. Her exact words were, fucking tool. But I know what she meant.
You know what it is? I think me and her connection with sense of humor is kind of on par. You know what I mean?
The lime on this one is very, very potent. You can smell it. You get the taste of it. It's not really to have much sour aspect to it. I'm not getting any gummy candy out of this.
Yeah.
But the lime is bang on.
It's more like the actual fruit lime rather than the candy.
I don't know what it's going to be once it actually is in there. I'm just going off of the knuckle test. The knuckle
Very
test is true to
citrusy.
form.
Shall we say very citrusy?
Yeah, but it's not like acidic citrusy. It's like the scent of a lime, like you would have in a drink. You know how they just slap that lime on your drink? It's not like eating the lime or biting that lime that is, you know, on your glass.
It's more like
It's
mixed
like
like a
what
lemon
that
and lime.
smells like.
Yeah.
Including the white pith and the zest.
Interesting.
0.15.
But it might be there to bring other flavours through, like you say, you know, not necessarily an outstanding flavour on its own, is it?
That's true. And our final flavoring is mojito.
Mojito? Now what's the profile
Beautiful
of that?
mojito.
What is a mojito?
A beautiful mojito is you take mint leaves, you put them into a glass,
right?
Kind of like the Duke glass. Throw a couple mint
I
leaves
like
in
that.
there. Then you muddle it, which is basically like a stomper that's got some nibs on it. And you just take it in there to break the leaves open to just get a little bit of that zest and that oil from the mint leaves. Muddle that in there. Put in some simple syrup, which is basically sugar water, okay, to give it some sweetness.
Yeah.
Then pour seltzer on it. Seltzer water and rum.
Rum. Oh, now you're talking my language.
Rum.
Oh, really?
That is a mojito.
Can it be a Caribbean rum? Or can it be a Navy rum?
White rum is better for a mojito.
What? White rum.
You don't want a spiced rum.
No.
Okay, I get the mojito. I can get that out of there. It's very concentrated and potent, but I get the hint of mint. And you get that tingly sensation on your tongue from mint or spearmint. Is this going to be sweet enough without sweetener? I doubt it. 1.2.
You kind of gone around with a bit of sweetener, man.
Fantastic. Give it a little stir. Time for our PG 5.29. Hair over.
And then the old VG, come on. Excuse me, I need the loo again. Now.
And 26.5 of VG. This is shaping up to be a beautiful recipe. Give it a good shake. I do have a little dilemma here. I didn't prepare any dripper to try this on. There you go. Scientists have discovered a food that diminishes a woman's sex drive by 95%. It's called a wedding cake. That isn't true for everyone. All right. Pull that through a little bit more. Give her a little snip. Tuck and drop. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We have ourselves a beautifully prepared drop. Ready to accept this lovely defective bottle. When's the last time you saw that happen?
Mm-hmm. Very good.
That would have been ugly, my friend. That's because this is the cap for the Hunky's Hawaiian Punch.
That's probably why, mate. Yeah.
I grabbed the wrong cap. Bonkers. All right, knuckle test this.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. You know what I'm doing.
I've got an idea.
We'll adapt the recipe. As soon as I figure out where my mouse went. Edit this, add flavor. Super sweet, 0.5%. Save. 0.16.
Depends if you're happily married or unhappily married, doesn't it?
Aye. All right. Now.
Here we go. A bit of fine tuning.
What the hell is it with me today?
You having a cup argument today?
That's twice now I put a cap on with no nipple. Beautiful. Oh, yes. That
good.
Smells delicious. You don't have Trevor.
Well, the delicious one. I'll have to get that one.
Oh, you don't have Delicious? You have to open up that streamer bot.
Oh, delicious!
I've just got the insulting ones.
Okay, so what am I going to put this one on? How about this one? We haven't pulled this one out in a while. Not matchy-matchy. The Aegis
Hello.
Max.
Aegis Max.
80 watts of pure power using a 21700 battery.
Check it out.
All right, 0.24. That's not what it's supposed to read. It's supposed to be like 0.4, I thought. Clear. No coil resistance red. Put her back on. New coil. 0.41. New.
Really?
The lime is pretty damn potent in this thing. It's missing the fizzy aspect of a mojito. I'm gonna have to wait 24 hours to do it.
Ian's bailing out. Take care, Ian.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm not even going to comment on that.
No, why would you comment on that?
No, I'm not going to. As a man of the world, I am not going to comment on that.
That's why Ian Thomas is bailing. We started talking about nipples.
Yeah. You
Needs super sweet. Yeah, I put some on there. I think it needs a little more. Because I'm not getting really any sweetness out of it at all. The super sweet that got put in here did accentuate the flavors and help them blend together. Make it a little more homogeneous, but a mojito, when you sip on it, especially with a straw, if it was poorly mixed, the sugar, the simple syrup will settle on the bottom.
Yeah.
So your first, sip of that is going to be that little bit of sweetness. Okay. Do a cardinal sin. We're going to drip super sweet. Put another coil. Then we're going to flood the coil.
The cardinal sin.
That is like a freaking candy. A mojito
Super
candy.
It's super sweet needed, yeah.
Yeah, and instantly killed the coil.
Well,
But man,
the
was that a
sweet needed
fucking
is-
sweet ass, beautiful mojito vape.
Again, the sweeteners do kill coils. I mean, it's a well-known fact.
Yeah, you get that burnt sweetener taste on your coil right away. It's like,
That's not good. Yeah, but now you know where you want to go with it, haven't you? That's the thing. But the thing is,
1%. And the thing is super sweet really the best sweetener for this? This might be one of those cases to pull out the TFA sweetener. Because the TFA sweetener is half ethyl maltol, half super sweet. So you get that fairy floss kind of cotton candy-ish sweetener plus the super sweet.
See, if you're having too much super sweet in, it might just be a coil killer. Like you said, it's just bang straight away, didn't it?
Yep. But it is a banging recipe. Alaskan mojito.
I just can't understand the Alaskan side of it, you know, and obviously Alaskans, the wilderness.
Yeah, I don't know about this
freezing
whole
cold.
Alaskan berries.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused about it, but a nice mojito, yeah, definitely go with that, like all day.
Salmon berries? Doesn't taste like salmon.
I hope not.
Blackberry type shape and can be made into a jam, jelly, or wine. Mature salmonberry fruits are tender, tart, and sweet like raspberries. That's the note that I got out of it. Salmon berries have more subtle flavor than their blackberry and raspberry cousins. They're tart with a bit of mild sweetness, and the taste is reminiscent of rhubarb.
Ooh.
Rhubarb is like the celery cousin.
Got ya. Still rhubarb. Oh my god.
So that's why they're called Alaskan berries. I definitely got the raspberry notes out of it. Darkness from a blueberry. I don't get any blueberry notes out of it whatsoever. But a bright, almost tartness from a raspberry. Yeah, I got that part. Tastes like forest fruit. No.
Nah.
That was a delicious recipe, though. I'm going to have to add a little more sweetener to it. Have my wife give it a try. On the coil that isn't already gunked up. You can tell there's been plenty of times where I had coils that were shot, but I was going to continue using that until I got home.
Yeah.
Because I still have that distinct flavor from the super sweet that got on the coils and got toast. But I fully recognize that mojito flavor. Wow. Beautiful. Thank you very much, Rocky Tooney.
Might be even better when a bit of steep time as well.
Yeah, definitely going to be better 24 hours later. But that picture is pretty damn accurate to the flavor profile in this.
Actually looks quite nice. Bit of vodka
Very
and then be
refreshing.
champion. Bit of vodka and be champion.
Oh, yeah. What else we got? Caramel pinkness.
So with your
We have
new
caramel cream.
Obviously with your new flavors you've added, are you now getting different recipes when you do your little search now? Is it coming up with
Oh,
different
yeah.
recipes?
Last time we
Mile,
did
yeah.
this search,
Yeah.
and this was about as far as I got. These are all new ones that weren't on the list before.
Got you.
But then again, a lot of these new flavors, because they're just brand new, when I was entering them into the inventory, a lot of these flavors only have like 30 people that have it in their inventory.
Got you. Yeah.
Or there's only
I
have
like
like
that.
20 or 30 recipes with them.
I like the way that works because as you add more flavors, obviously that comes back with more suggested recipes. So you're constantly expanding. You know, yeah.
And the thing
kind
is,
of
there was always holes in my flavor inventory.
Yeah.
Like grapefruit was one that Paul had suggested to us. Now
Yeah.
I've got actually 2 different grapefruits
Yeah.
in there.
And now it's opened up obviously more suggestions, yeah.
Yeah. How about this one?
Donut,
Look at that donut power.
Power. Donut power.
1% pastry cream, 3% powdered donut, and 2% raspberry gummy candy.
Whoa.
Definitely have to put sweetener in there, but man, is that going to be a beautiful, delicious flavor.
That sounds really cool for something being so simple.
And the thing is, this flavor assortment from Bull City Flavors was like $28. Where is it?
Is Bull City a US flavor
yes,
company?
South Carolina.
Yeah. So they don't ship worldwide, no? Or they do,
Yeah, they do.
At a cost. At a cost, obviously, you're shipping.
Yeah, I don't know how much the shipping cost would be. If you spend $50, you get free shipping with the coupon.
That's all right, right?
If you use my discount code HunkyV to get 6% off and you spend $75, you still get free shipping.
Yeah. That's not bad.
So you save 6% off your total order, plus you get free shipping.
Yeah.
And this is this it? Oh, cheaper than that. 30 new flavors.
I've heard a lot about them Wonder flavors. Like, they're supposed to be really good.
And they're very, very concentrated. They're super concentrated.
Yeah.
Most of the time, the average starting percentage for Wonder flavors as a single flavor to make a one shot is like 2 or 3% max.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. And the flavors included in this was pecan pie, grapefruit gummy candy. There was a lot of gummy candies in there. Milk chocolate pudding, red velvet cake, grapefruit, pastry cream, gingerbread, dark chocolate ice cream, juicy peach, sugar cane, orange gummy candy, buttercream, viola. I don't even know how you're supposed to pronounce that.
Viola or viola? Viola, whichever.
Viola. Mango gummy cami, persimmon, raspberry gummy candy, meringue buttercream, strawberry banana buttercream, lime gummy candy, honeyberry. We just do those. Sparkling strawberry. I bet that would go good with the mojito.
Ooh, strawberry,
Yeah. Toffee ice cream, Alaskan berries, black currant gummy candy, ginger beer, lime gummy candy, red currant gummy candy, mango mousse, and powdered donut.
That's quite a nice little selection there, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. So you get 30 10 ml bottles, and right now it's selling for $56.
That's not too bad.
Yeah.
Must be getting free shipping as well.
Yep. Awesome. I'm going to have to mix up some of these ones. Now that I'm finally getting to the point where I'm just going to sit down and record and sit down and go live, we have to set up some more shows, do some random mixing show, just do some quick short ones. Because I know some people can't hang out for the 5 or 6 hours. We like to sit here and chat.
Yeah. We must be the longest running show ever. That's all I can see.
Yeah, who else, normally runs for 4 or 5 hours every time they stream?
You know yourself when you want to mix show. Average show in the UK is an hour. I mean, fucking hell, it's just shit that. I mean, but even like, I think that's why when we're doing Bargain Babes, we're so successful because we ran for about 2 hours. And you can get a lot in 2 hours, 1 hour, you can't get fuck all. I don't know how people do an hour. Pointless.
Nick Grim Green does his stream on Thursdays, and he was getting apprehensive when he hit the 4-hour mark a couple times. I got to cut this back. I got to rein myself in. He aims for, I think, 3.
Which is, you kind of go an hour. An hour is nothing. It's just shit. You're only just introducing yourself technically in an hour. You know what I mean? You kind of see what you're going to do. You're going to have a big crack and all that stuff, and that's your hour gone. You know what I mean? So, I kind of get
Yeah, because I mean, when we get our stream started, the first half hour is nothing but catching up. What happened to you in the past week? What happened to me in the past week? What are we going to talk about today?
Exactly. You're kind of introducing yourself into the stream. You're like, I mean, even when I'd done my lives many moons ago, I might add, I was averaging 2 hours because an hour just you can't. If you try to cram everything in an hour, it's not going to happen. It just doesn't work.
Nope.
I don't think it does anyway.
No, you have to pick one thing and do just one thing. Like Nick does it, and a couple other people, you have like a 1 hour build stream.
Yeah, which is fair enough.
And that's not even unboxing it or looking at it or anything. That's just simply, here's what we're going to build today. Let's open it up. Let's throw it on the build stand. Let's throw some coils in there. Wick it, vape it, see what's going on in chat. Hope you guys all have a great day.
That's it, huh? I just kind of comprehend an hour now, especially if you like to see what lots to talk about and lots to do.
Here's your Hollywood lighting.
Yeah, you do look handsome. Like you got a nice fucking a handsome man, you mate.
It's your 3-point lighting. You have your key light, you have your fill light, and you have your side lighting.
You must have your wife swooning at your feet with a look like that, mate. I'm telling you. She must be swooning over you.
Nah, in order for that to happen, I need to put that Hawaiian shirt on.
I'll fuel her with alcohol. One of the two.
Well, that usually works too.
I don't know how I'm gonna have. I'm like, I'm being the old Hollywood director shit here, like, no way. Yeah. You're the next Santa Claus movie. There you go. Exactly.
I totally get why you guys do your cider for the summer. Such a crisp, refreshing beverage.
Oh, it's like I say, like when you're hot, when you're warm and you're bothered, beer doesn't do it. It doesn't quench your thirsts. Cider, it's so crisp and refreshing. I mean, I'm not really. I couldn't go on a night out and drink cider, or because I'll probably be sick as a dog. You know what I mean? But I do like it in the summer. I do like it in the summer as a refreshing burst. You know what I mean? It's fabulous, man. Honestly, especially on ice. Gorgeous. It's a drink that you don't have to jazz it up. You don't have to fanny on putting this in, that in. You can just sit there, drink it straight out on the rocks, and it's absolutely dynamite. And I get some cider. You got your sweet cider, you got your dry ciders, But once you find that one that you like, it's just heaven. It really is. It's absolutely gorgeous. For me, just sitting like in your yard, garden, whatever, nice warm summer day, just chilling out, nice cold cider, kind of gone round, man. Beautiful.
I gotta make some more bumpers.
Yeah, okay.
We need ourselves a loo brake, a loo bumper.
Yeah, we definitely need a loo bumper.
I obviously need to create a bumper for the news and advocacy.
Mm-hmm.
And I need a bumper for Vape Mail.
Yes, you do, sir. Yes. Your best,
because we still have Vape Mail to do.
Your best bumper at the moment is for what beverage, because your flavor teams have got loads of time at the.
Listen, we can have our message from our sponsor if you need a loo.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay, let me pull it up. We haven't done that in a while. Here is a message from our sponsor.
Vaping is better than smoking. Technically, yes. But so what? But so what? Vaping is better than smoking. Technically, yes. But so what?
Everybody knows Joe Friday. My daughters tell me that nobody knows him and nobody knows what I'm talking about, but that's okay. Because what he would say is just the facts, ma'am, just the facts, ma'am. Very droll, dry. Because people want to give their editorial comments. Well, I think this, I think this. No, no, no. Let's just start with the facts. Just the facts, ma'am. That's what we do. Joe Friday. Get to know him.
You're pretty high and far out, aren't you? What kind of kick are you on, sir?
Man, wow.
Just the facts, ma'am. Just the facts.
Just the facts.
You know, Colonel Potter passed away last year. He played on Dragnet with Jack Webb.
Wow.
I was telling Kenny, I'm on the hunt right now for a disposable that is direct to lung. A proper direct to lung disposable that they sell in less than 10 milligram concentrations.
I don't even know if that exists.
It needs to exist because for me to go from smoking to vaping, the stuff we have out nowadays would have got me interested in vaping, but I couldn't have quit with just this. Now, if they made a disposable that was direct to lung vaping style, totally reduced airflow, beautiful flavor you get from disposables, that's what I would have needed. Look at this. Oh my goodness.
Oh, wow.
They asked me to do a review, but I've never gotten a box like this. Holy cow! You, sir, got a box like this before.
Oh, yes. Yeah, they'll hire a few in for you, mate. Yeah.
Red apple, strawberry mango,
ooh,
ice water,
water,
grapefruit aloe, sour orange raspberry,
sour,
cool mint,
ooh,
watermelon. My wife's gonna scarf that one.
Not me.
Rainbow candy. There she is. There she blows. Blue raspberry. My favorite.
Blue raspberry.
And grape pear.
Ooh, grape and pear. Oh.
That sounds interesting. Fantastic. Sorry, folks. Where'd Kenny go? He keeps disappearing.
Why do I keep disappearing? I'm just looking. I'm just doing research on you.
I don't know.
Your direct.
The move transition should recognize that you're the same person.
Direct along disposable vape areas, we are looking at something called Big Boss DTL disposable vape pod. You're looking at pod systems, really, mate. I don't think there's anything as a disposable.
An actual disposable.
It's a pod system rather than a what you would call a disposable as such.
I want just a plain disposable. You walk into a store, they could sell them in convenience stores or grocery stores, like the one that just got opened up right next to us. You know, Indian guy runs a store. He's going to buy it from whoever he can get it from. He's not going to go through, you know, big retailer distributors.
There's a company here that called exclamation mark, right? That exclamation mark. And they do a DTL/DL disposable vape pod. This one's obviously 12,000 puffs, 25 ml, free base, large clouds, adjustable airflow, rechargeable battery. I'm trying to find the flavors. We've got cotton candy, mango strawberry, guava strawberry, grape ice, pineapple, coconut, banana split, lemon mint, apple, watermelon. Got some tobacco flavors. You've got Red Bull, you've got grapefruit, lychee, orange ice, mango passion fruit, aloe or aloe, however you would pronounce it, strawberry kiwi, peach blueberry, strawberry watermelon mango. And they're called that's 3 zeros and an exclamation mark. So there you go. I don't know where they are or who they are. I've just done a quick search and it kind of popped up.
Because that's my whole thing. You know, every time I do a review, I base my review on, is this something that I would have been able to quit smoking with? Is it good enough that I could have quit? And the flavors that I've tried before, like this Bello disposable, to be able to take and taste an Andy's chocolate mint blew me out of the water.
I'm just trying to log in because it's like, it looks like a pod, but it looks like it's a fixed pod. But it's 000 exclamation mark. It's and that's who we're doing. I don't know where they are. Where are they? Contact. Where are they? They are. Well,
that's the problem I'm going to have with this stuff, is there's no way I'm going to be able to finish off those pods. I'm legit going to have to open them all and try them all and pick one that's my favorite and try and use it as much as possible. But there's no way I'm going to be able to finish off an entire pod to get a review done in any reasonable amount of time.
Well, that was the company. It was OOO exclamation mark. That's who the brand was. And it was DTL MTL disposable. All it's giving you is the Chinese website. So who?
Yeah, but you know what? I don't want one that is even close to being called mouth to lung. I want one that is exclusively marketed for DTL, direct lung, DL, DTL.
I think what you'll find in the current day is just down to airflow. Be restricted from mouth to lung, wide open.
Yeah, but in order for it to be a direct to lung, you're going to have low ohms. You're going to have the wide airflow, and you're also going to have to do double the battery or you're normally putting in disposables. A 1,000 milliamp hour battery on a direct to lung is not going to last you all day.
Nah,
you got to put in like a 2,000 watt battery, a 2,000 milliamp hour battery, and USB fast charging capacity for anybody to use that product to get through the whole day.
Well, that one was a 1,200 mAh, so that speaks for itself, doesn't it?
Yeah. So you're looking at, like, you know, 1800 milliamp hour would probably be the lowest I would comfortably go with it. And even then, for somebody that smoked like I did, 3 packs a day, I would need 2 of those to get through the whole day. If I was going to work a 12-hour shift or something, or, you know, heaven forbid it's a double and work 16, I definitely need 2 of those to get through the day because the battery would die halfway through the day.
I mean, that's probably the downside too, direct to lung, is you need more battery power to deal with what you're going to use it for, isn't it? I mean,
But see, I look at it as that's a market opportunity right now because nobody's done one that I can find so far.
there's like I
But
say,
that would be something that I would need.
There is combination, but I think it's more down to airflow and what it actually is designed for. You know, I mean, open airflow for direct lung, tight airflow from MTL. And I think that's probably the best you're going to get for the time being, like, because there's nothing out there that's totally doing DTL. There's nothing.
Yeah.
But
And the thing is,
disposables are for quit smoking, and they are like kind of MTL. They are kind of trying to replicate the old off a cigarette. So I kind of see that kind of side of it without a doubt.
But there's a shit ton of companies already out there making little tiny ones that are ultra restricted, and
I think something like an MTLB is starting. Then, maybe, like you said, maybe they've done a direct to lung pod. That would be your next step. And then obviously, if you want to progress your journey, so be it. But I think you're right.
And like I said, I wouldn't have a problem paying more for it, even if twice as much, because obviously I know the battery is going to be a lot bigger. And to make it value conscious for the consumer, you're going to have to put 15 mils of liquid in it.
It's the next step. I mean, it wouldn't work in the UK, obviously, in what current state is. Like, you know what I mean? It wouldn't happen over here. But it could happen somewhere else.
What's the actual legislation in the UK? Is it the total number of milligrams per device, or is it strictly 2 mil capacity?
It's pretty much that, because like a lot of the illegal devices, they're like, it might be saying 6,000 puffs, but for that 6,000 puffs to operate, you're going to have more than 2 ml of juice, and that's the restriction, the 2 ml.
Yeah, but you know what? There's a difference between the machine puff and an actual human puff. So like this one is rated 7,000 puffs. I guarantee you're only going to probably get about 3,500 realistic puffs out of it.
Yeah. But obviously,
I mean, unless you have an office job where you're home office and you're working at your own desk and you can vape all day long every day. When you go out for a vape break, you're going to be chaining this thing until it's time to go back inside.
I do get that, but like you say, if the manufacturer stating that it is this and stating that it's that, then obviously the legislation is going to work off what they're stating, isn't it? You might, like you say, you can have a 6,000 puff device, and you might only get 5,000 out of it. It doesn't, you know, it's just the way it is, yeah. But I think obviously you've got to balance. If you're going to get a certain amount of puffs out of a device, you've got to have a certain amount of juice to do that. So even if it's 3 ml, 4 ml, that's what throws out the window with us, because we're still 2 ml, aren't we?
Yeah. I think Geek Vape's working on one right now where they're putting the technology into the chip that will sense when that is empty. And if I'm not mistaken, the advantage of theirs is it's kind of like this one, where you have the ability to slide this open, shove a bottle in there,
refill,
and top off your fluid. So as a sealed unit, you're stuck with, the length of this coil, the longevity of the coil, and then this whole thing is going to have to be sent back and reprocessed, recycled.
I mean, there's another thing as well with the MTL disposables, is the nick strength as well. I mean, what nick strength they're going to hit for that, you know what I mean? You just, I know
10 milligram max.
Yeah.
Because for somebody that was a chain smoker like me, 3 packs a day, I need at least a 6. That's what I used to quit, was a 6. If I would have had a 10 and it was a salt, it would have been so easy to quit.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have had to have
think
dedicated an entire camping weekend to quit smoking.
I think DTL would probably be best with salts because it's obviously you're inhaling straight in your lungs. You want a smoother inflow, so I think salts would be the way for it if they're doing DTL. Nick Base, you could be coughing your ass up. You know what I mean?
Mallory's right on form, you know.
Ah.
A girl at a party asked a retired Army colonel, "When did you last have sex?" Colonel says, 1955, she said. That was long ago. Want to have sex now? The colonel looked at his watch. Sure, why not? It's 21:30.
Everybody's thinking years rather than time. Yeah, well, that is very clever. That's clever. That's clever. I like that.
I love that. That was fantastic.
It's up the clock rather than the year. 1956. Jesus. Was that 5 to 8? And it's what? 9:30? Yeah, we're going to manage that. It's just my age.
All right, one more thing that we haven't talked about yet. Ironically, we haven't talked about the weather.
Oh, it's been shit over here. It's been absolutely garbage. We've had the wettest July on record, practically. Absolute
15.
Crap. Yeah, it's been.
It's only 15 outside.
We've had the wettest July on pretty much record up to now. It's been absolutely awful. It's fucking this climate control, man. It's fucking this climate shit bollocks because the way they got the jet stream at the moment is sitting south of the UK. It's normally north. It's normally up past Scotland and everything. And that's where it normally sits. But it's south. So it's dragging all the crap in from the Arctic, Atlantic, blah, blah, blah. But it's also dragging up the hot air from the south, which is why the rest of Europe is sitting in fucking heat waves at the moment. 46 degrees, whatever, you know what I mean? It's weird. It's working. The jet stream's fucked up for a start. Climate change, baby. It's happening. It's fucking happening. People don't realise. Honestly.
Unbelievable.
People do not realise that climate change is now. And if they don't fix it, the world will end. The world will end, whether it be by
You know who I feel bad for?
Or natural.
My grandchildren haven't been born yet.
Exactly. The generations to come are going to suffer from the generations before. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that, sir. I'm done, me. I've drank. I've done that. I've done that. I've done them two. They're done. They're gone. And I'm done. I'm not having any more. It's a school
Mate,
night.
I'm the one that's supposed to be angry. I'm the one that's supposed to be drinking my problems away.
It's a school night.
That's why
sir.
I picked Angry Orchard in the first place. Besides the fact
That's
that
a
we
school-
bought it at the freaking concert. Couldn't even drink it there.
I'm at work tomorrow, so I'm going to be easy. It's a school night. I mean, them Smirnoffs are only 4%, so it's just like drinking fucking, like, what you would call soda. There's no in them. I think we'll have to have about 4 or 5 bottles before deciding to fucking do anything. You know what I mean?
This one here is 5%, but that's not the best part of it. This is gluten-free.
Oh, very good.
Seriously? Gluten-free is not being advertised as a potential benefit of picking up this alcoholic beverage?
So you've got healthy cider. Ooh, I like that one. Healthy cider.
Hi, baby. Come on. Say hi to mama.
My dog's hovering around.
Say hi to mama.
Hello. Yeah, no. Yeah.
All right, get on. You're not as light as you think you are, young lady.
No. Oh, mine. Jesus, he's a 10-ton test.
How you doing, Jester? See?
Oh.
I didn't even touch you, and you're already yelping. All right. See you later. Bye-bye.
They're just coming in to say hello. That's all I do. Mine's been hovering out the door.
I'm telling you, they have an internal clock.
Of course.
We hit the 4-hour mark. They're always sitting at that door.
I said, "Oi, what about me?"
Meanwhile, they were let out before we started the stream. Literally right before.
Mine kind of just, I don't know what's in the mind. He just sits there and just, he's just motivation on him was terrible lately. He's just quite happy to lump about. I think it's the weather. I think I said when it was pissing down rain the other day. And I went, "Oh, go on." He would look and he went, I
ain't going out there. No way.
Nope. I mean, the rain was absolutely lashing down. So you take me out in that? Are you for real? Nope. I'll just go and have a dump in the yard. Fair enough, mate.
Fantastic.
Honestly, they're all you take things for granted with them, but they do know. They know that shit, like the buggers, but they're not.
You mean to throw it? I'm still working here, buddy.
I know where he is. I know where he is. He's over there. I'll shut the door.
All right. Well, that's our clue for today. Kenny's finished off 2 bottles and 2 beers. I've finished off 2 ciders and opened my 3rd.
You're doing well.
And
you're doing well.
If this bottle was full at the beginning of the stream, I might be the same as Kenny, but I drank this at the festival Friday.
What the hell? I know, but you were at a festival, so there's no excuse. You've got to go for it, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But it still was a beautiful day.
It's a shame it turned sour, but you made the best of it at the end of the day. That's all you can do.
Yeah, and I'm sure she's going to be happy once we actually find ourselves another vehicle. Yeah, unfortunately, realism of buying a used car is 2 weeks later, I'm going to be changing brakes again. Or putting tires on or who knows what, but definitely changing the fluids.
What you'll find with a second-hand car market, you're buying somebody else's problems. That's the way I look at it.
Every single time I bought one. And that's the reason why, I pick a Ford. My dad worked at Ford. I've always worked on Fords. If you've worked on any Ford before, you can work on any Ford today. And in fact, it's easier today than it was back then. So
that's kind of why I've stuck.
I don't care what problems we have. I'll be able to fix it.
And plus parts are much cheaper for Fords as well. You know what I mean? You're getting 10 to 10.
Yeah, she was looking at a Land Rover. A Land Rover she could have bought with the insurance check that we got. But number one, it's a V8. So you might as well drive my truck to work if you want to save any gas.
Yeah.
Because it's going to use the same gas. Number 2, parts for a Land Rover are astronomical. If I had to change brakes on a Land Rover, it'd be $2,000 for me to change the things. And that's just buying the parts.
There will be where you are, but they're not too bad over here because it's a British car, isn't it? So they're all right over here.
It would be cheaper for me to call you up and say, "Hey, give you a ring and say, ring the wrecker and give me this part off for that Land Rover for this year."
Yeah. And cheaper to send it over. Probably will be, yeah, definitely. Even new parts will be cheaper than what they are over there, without a doubt.
Meanwhile, if I have to put, brakes on this thing, I already checked it out. It's going to cost me less than $300, and that's for all new rotors and pads and hardware and everything. And the pipes.
I kind of got on with the Ford. Ford, it's American brand anyway. We always say, "Oh, Ford's British." No, it's American. It's Henry Ford, for fuck's sake, he's American.
And the thing is, because my dad worked for Ford, I get the discount. So if I have to buy something from a dealership, I can get it for a discount.
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's generally cheap cars. I mean, my service, when I actually put it into a garage for a service, And my full service normally comes in about £130, which is fuck all, you know. I mean, it's nothing. I mean, that's including parts, so you know what I mean.
Mallory's making fun of me. She's like, "Did you get that optional trunk heater? You need to keep them hands warm while you're pushing your car." Listen, you can joke around all you want about it. The van had over 225,000 miles on it when we had to get rid of it.
Yeah. Especially diesel engine, modern diesel engines now gone forever. I mean, I remember years ago, like the 70s, 80s, maybe the early 90s, when you bought a car and like 70,000 mile on a car, you're like, whoa, that's a bit high. That's nothing now for, you know, they're just not even running.
250,000 miles you should be able to get out of a gasoline motor nowadays. If you can't, there's something wrong with the manufacturer making it.
Definitely.
So,
Modern cars, you can get that easy. You can get that easy now. If you kind of get at least 200,000 mile over a modern car, you're not looking after.
I don't know anybody that, you know, any Dodge or GM clubs for million-mile vehicles. I can quote 15. I can show you 15 million-mile clubs for Fords.
Merck's done it as well. Merck have done it. I watched the thing. I don't know. I think it was that guy who does chasing classic cars. Do you ever watch that, chasing classics? And I think it was it was a Volvo. Tell a lie, it was a Volvo. And it had over 1 million miles on it. And the guy died, and he went to buy the car to auction it. And Volvo kept up with him. And it had over
Volvo and Saab, you'll literally run the wheels off of them.
Yeah.
But you're going to be paying out the ass the whole time you have to fix it.
Yeah, Saab aren't so good now because they use Vauxhall engines or GM engines, as you would know over in your part of the world, which is shit. But the original Saab engines went forever.
BMWs are all really good cars too. You can get really cheap ones and you can get really expensive ones, but they're always expensive to work on. From my first marriage, my father-in-law worked at the BMW place, and I mean, a set of brake pads, just front brake pads on that, you're looking at $1,000.
Wow. Well, it's nowhere near that over here. BM is pretty cheap. The BM, well, not that expensive, but they are pricey. But for some of the older BMs, the cheapest chips.
Yeah.
I've had a couple through my time. Mine was the old E30 series, the old twin headlamps. I had the 2.5 Sport, and I had the M3 because I used to like the 3 series. I was in love with the 3 series for a while. I just loved them, just for the way they look. And I had a couple of them. They weren't too bad to run.
See, I missed it big before the whole crash that happened here, and all the Ford GM and Chevy went to Congress, asked for a bailout to save them. Ford ended up not taking the bailout because they simply sold off Mazda and Saab and the other one that they were partners with. But there's a bunch of years where if you buy a part for a Ford, it was also in a Mazda. So if you can't get it from a Ford dealership, you can go to a Mazda dealership, get that same pulley, like the 2008 Escape that we have out there.
That's the thing, because you think of Ford company just does Ford. They're not their own other brands of cars. So everybody just thinks they're just Ford, but they own different brands of different vehicles. You know, BMW. I mean, look at them. They've got Mini now. They took the good old fashioned English Mini. They own Mini now.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what it is, they're shite.
Yeah. All the cars are made so damn cheap nowadays. Yeah. One thing we have to be careful of for this new Edge that we're looking at, there are some of them that I think it was like from 2006 to 2009, they really cheaped out on the steel that they used. They legit made it so that it would fall apart after 150,000 miles. The motor would last you 250, but if you were in an assault-prone state like us up north, you're shit out of luck, because the 4 jacking points, the one person literally bought a car. They thought they got a good deal for $7,000 for one of these cars. It was like a 2015 or something. No, it was older than that. Long story short, they got it home. They realized it needs brakes. They went to jack it up. All the jack points on the car were completely rusted away.
So it just went straight through the floor.
Like, well, how the fuck am I supposed to jack it up now?
Yeah. It's crazy.
Realistically, you and I both know you can lift it up by the A-arms. But
You need a trolley jack for that, not the side jack you get in the car. If them jacking points are rotten, it's no use to you, is it? It's fucking still good. Audi
You need a
were the
trolley
same
jack
with
and
that,
pick it up on a frame mounting point.
Yeah, Audi were the same with the oil pumps. Some of them were chain driven, some of them were just cheapy shatty driven. The cheapy shatty driven ones used to fuck up all the time. Quaver. Just where the cheap out on the. I think it's when they make a success of a car, where they go put cheaper parts on it and make a bit more money. You know what I mean? That's what they do.
My '89 Escort GT was a dual overhead cam, and you had to change that timing belt out. It was literally a rubber belt. You had to change it out at 60,000 miles, because by the time you hit 65,000 miles, it would go, and it was a zero clearance engine, so it would damage your valves, and you have to put a new head on it if you wanted to fix that motor.
Totally kill it, yeah. I had a Renault, what was it? It was a Megane. It was like a people carrier thing, or an SUV as people would call it. That only had like, I think 70, 80,000 miles on it. I was driving that. I was going to work to do a shift, and the timing belt just shot itself. And it shot itself at like 80 miles an hour on a motorway. And the fucking engine just disintegrated. Honestly, the valve seized up, and a con rod came straight through the fucking block. I went, oh, that's not good. Straight through the block. It was just this big...
Gives a whole new definition to it. Through a rod.
Oh, it threw a rod all right. Straight through the block. Bang. I went, Jesus Christ. I mean, when I heard it, gone, literally off the gas, everything, but it was just too little too late. The damage was done, you know what I mean? Bang.
You make me want to watch Blues Brothers again.
Oh, the Blues Brothers. Love that film.
Still
Absolutely
has the record for the most number of police cars destroyed in the making of a movie.
Yes. The trash that fucking London.
On the highway. This is car. What car are we? 54. This is car 54. We're in a truck. John Candy.
The Nazis when we went over the bridge.
The Nazis.
I love you, hindsight. Straight off the end.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're hitting 4.5 hours. I think we're going to call it quits for today. Kenny needs to find some food, get some food in his stomach, and some sleep. Go back to the grind tomorrow.
Yeah, back to the grindstone. I hate Wednesdays, but never mind.
I need to go car shopping.
Yeah, you've got to. With your knowledge and expertise, I'm sure you will find something.
It's 106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Everybody our age knows that. Off by heart.
Hit it.
Hit it.
You forgot to hit it at the end. Hit it. I've seen the light.
Oh, man. I'm going to go watch that right now.
The classics, mate. You can't beat the classics, can you? You can't beat them.
No. So my wish is always peace, love, and a hunky vape to end cigarette combustion. Hope you guys all have a fantastic week. We'll be back again, same time, same place next week.
Again, thank you, everybody. Yep, rawhide, rolling, rolling, rolling. Yep, rawhide. Yep, there you go.
Keep them babies rolling, rawhide.
Get them up, hit them right up. No, come on, right. Anyway.
Wind and rain and weather, sailing together. Wishing my gal was by my side.
As always, boys and girls in chat, thank you very much for tuning in. Again, love your company. The show would not be what it is without you. Again, thank you to Alex. And like I say, with my little YouTube there, please consider subscribing to our channels. Hit that like button. It's not just for me. I just thought I'd put on, to be a pain in the arse. But yeah, like the video, hit the subscribe button to whoever's channel you want to like. We much appreciate, but definitely hit that thumbs up for this video. YouTube algorithm, you know how it works. And as always, boys and girls, thank you very, very much for joining us. Thank you to Alex for having me again. And as always, guys, stay safe, vape safe. And we'll see all you guys same time, same place next week. You take care. Bye-bye, all.
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Have a great day.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.
Standing here a while just to take it all in. Radio's playing our song. And then you stood there smiling